Almost done. Yay! We're live.
Hi
Woo!
everyone. Good
Oh, we
morning, good evening.
have made it. This is the last of the live chats. Probably
How
not forever,
incredible.
but yeah. So we've made it to the very last one. We're holding firm. I tried to lay down this last time, but I just couldn't. There's still
Hmm.
my our friend is here, our tattoo artist, so he's working on somebody in the front, and
Oh,
I felt what.
that's awesome. I love that. A resident tattoo artist. How incredible.
Well, he comes for 2 weeks in the fall and 2 weeks in the spring, and he has been for all this time. So,
I
yeah,
love it.
on Wednesday or Tuesday, I like came home from work, and he's like, "Sit on down. Let's work on your arm." I'm like, "All right, let's go."
Just take a seat. Take a seat. Why not? I love that. I wish I could do that. I want a tattoo so badly.
You don't have one?
No. See, the thing with me is I'm too impulsive and I feel like I'll get one and then hate it and then want to get another one and then also hate that one.
Oh, okay. So you're like Noah.
So,
He's very concerned about all of this. We're trying to convince him to
well,
get like a little star, little dot, something, three little dots, something. But no, no. He's very concerned.
see, and it's just like the Aquarius in me, half of me wants to be all like really free and like spontaneous and be like, you don't care, who cares? Go get a tattoo, why not? And then the other part of me is like freaking uptight and so roundly, highly strung. And it's like, you don't want a
Really?
tattoo. What if you hate it? Oh my God, what's going to happen? Oh my God.
I don't even see you like that. You know what? I didn't even freaking introduce you. I fail. I
Oh,
suck. I'm so
oh.
sorry. Y'all, this is Wonder, Weirdness, and Witchcraft. Or did I say that wrong?
No, you said it right.
Oh, yay! I did something good. Otherwise known as the Lip Sync King.
Where's my crown? Sorry, let me just find my crown. I'm
Where's your
joking.
crown? I have a box. I have a big box about to go out to you, but I'm double checking some things. So I've waited for payday. So your stuff is going out on Monday. Your stuff is going out on Monday. So I'm very
I'm
excited.
so excited. I'm gonna do the biggest unboxing video. You're gonna hear me. I'm gonna send you a message on Facebook, and it's just gonna be because guys, me and Raven, we just like talk to each other on Facebook via the voice recording bit. Like typing doesn't really happen. It's just verbal. It's
Hmm.
incredible. I love it because I get to wake up to your amazing accent and your laugh. I mean, you make me laugh so often. It's so funny. I love it. Um, I'm gonna when that box comes on my doorstep, I'm just gonna send you a message just screaming.
Okay,
I will just keep screaming.
I'm ready. I'll get
Be
the cotton.
prepared for
I'll get the cotton.
that.
I'll put it in. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, you did such an amazing job, and I'm so glad that you won. And gosh, everybody did such an awesome job. I really, honestly, truly did not expect anywhere near that many people to really get involved. I really didn't. I thought that it was really going to be a handful, like a handful of brave people that would do it, and then you just right out of the gate. And honestly, when I was having a bad day, I would go rewatch your video. There was yours. There was
Oh
the witch doctor. I would watch over and over
yeah,
again.
yeah.
Let's see. There's a few. I loved. Well, let's see. There's the other spell on you. There was a few spell on yous. The Frank Sinatra one. It's like, how can I not? Oh man, it was just great. It was
But
just
they were
great.
all like so different, which is awesome.
They were. They were truly different. It was
It
amazing.
was great. I loved it. I loved it. I thought it was such a good idea, and I can't wait for next year.
We're gonna do it again. I know everybody's been talking about having to do different types of giveaways. I'm like, go ahead, like go ahead, go for it. I think it's great for the community. I really
Oh
do. And
yeah,
people
yeah.
are like, that's such a lame idea, or like a lame reason. I'm like, but it is good for the community. We already get beat down. I don't think that people realize that as YouTubers, we get beat down. We have our lives, we have our families, there's responsibilities, and so it takes time, effort, and a lot of energy to expel, to find the content, to coordinate the the time, the effort, or whatever. And when your family is mad dogging you, they're just like, "Well, you're gonna get off your phone anytime soon?" You're like, we get shade from our families. People don't get it. Oh, I have a Noah Tempestarii.
Noah Tempestarii.
Oh, never mind. He heard your voice and he ran.
I don't blame him.
No, we actually. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's so true. A lot of people don't actually realize the effort and time. Sorry, I just got a random email.
Oh my God, your phone just farted in my ear.
Where's the next one?
Yeah, same. It happened to me as well. We all experienced that together.
I did.
But yeah, I mean, and that's why sometimes I just won't be on YouTube. Like, if you see me gone for a couple of weeks, it's because I'm A, far too busy, or B, I just don't have the time or the energy or, to find things to talk about. Because it's hard. You just don't want to be repeating yourself and making videos on all the same shit that you've already talked about.
I know. And if it wasn't you, then it was one of your friends that covered it. And you're like, well, do I make a video too about the, yeah.
Is it necessary for that? Probably not.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And because I didn't even give thought to my YouTube channel when I started. Honestly, I just thought to myself one night, you know what? I'm going to make a YouTube channel. And then I just made my first video and uploaded it. So it was never really something for me to think about and go out and be like, oh, I'm going to get thousands of subscribers and, and get all these views and all of this stuff. Fuck that. Who can be bothered?
No, it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. There's a lot of managing that happens. It's a lot of back managing. I mean, people don't just, that I just found places where I've been getting messages and I didn't respond for 4 months. I just saw it and I'm just like, oh my God, I am so sorry. I had no idea that it was here. I had to go on a PC. I couldn't get it from my laptop. I had to get on my actual PC, which is rare. I just do everything from my phone anyhow. So it's just wow. It's just a big wow. Oh, Noah Tempestarii, y'all.
Hello.
Welcome
He's very
back.
tired. Be kind. He's very tired.
Did you get a haircut?
Yeah, I did.
It looks good.
You
I can't see you now. What happened? There we go.
He's so handsome.
He is. He's very handsome.
Aww. Thanks, you guys. No one ever calls me handsome when I've got my bed face on.
What?
What bed face?
What bed face? This is a bed face.
This is
literally. I rolled out of bed 15 minutes ago, and I set my alarm for 7:30. I always set my alarm earlier than what I need to because I like to have a little bit of semi-sleeping, checking my phone and whatnot. So I set my alarm for 7:30 and I'm like, oh, I've got so much time. So I check my phone, scroll through Facebook, I messaged you guys, made myself a coffee, and I thought, you know what, I'm not gonna get dressed for this. I feel like everyone's in their pajamas, so it's gonna be fabulous.
Well, I had to dress up. I had no idea what just befell me, so I had no idea what was coming. I knew sunshine was coming, but and I looked at myself at one point and I'm like, I need to look better for sunshine. So I'm gonna go upstairs and change. And so I did. And I'm glad that I did because I had no idea tequila was coming. And Nicole.
That's so
it's crazy.
I love that. I'm gonna have to watch these all back.
Oh dude, have fun.
Have fun. It's a lot of content.
A lot.
I fell asleep listening to my fellow Australian friends.
Last
night I put on their chat and was listening, and then I did eventually fall asleep after the 4 hours, and then I woke up halfway through another one, and I was like,
"What?" We were missing you and Gemma. We're like, "Yeah, we're missing you and Gemma totally."
She messaged me actually the other day. She's lovely.
Absolutely, yeah. She was in the chats earlier too, and I told her I was like, "Were your ears ringing?" Because we were totally talking about you.
And I swear to God, I was laughing so hard. Who are you guys looking at the chat? Because I'm not. I'm just so behind on that.
It'll be okay.
It's all good. Rita Bates.
Rita Bates?
Boy,
Rita
I was
Bates?
laughing at Avalon Cameron.
Oh, we were too. I was so jealous. I was like, I wanted a port too.
I wanted a port. That was the
She's
first time I
super-
ever got to talk to her.
Me
So I
too.
was really excited. And it was the first time I ever got to talk to Bee. Who else was it the first time?
Oh,
The
yeah,
first,
Bee.
you know what? That was actually the first time chatting that I got to talk to
Katy
Ember.
Perry's on the table.
Katie.
Oh my god, I can't wait to watch that. That is the most. I'm just so excited for that. I can't. I'm
Which
just
one?
so excited.
Now I have hugged, eaten with, drank with, shopped with, Renaissance festivaled with Ember, which was amazing because she's gorgeous. She's gorgeous, just as gorgeous in person as she is on camera. She really is.
Yeah.
Truly a beautiful person.
With a bowl of coffee?
Bowl
What?
of coffee. What?
A
Where?
bowl of coffee and Nick is frying up breakfast.
I want coffee. I have coffee. It's not enough.
My tummy is still hurting from the coffee. No more coffee.
Oh, you've drunk too much coffee.
I drink a lot of coffee.
We probably drank 2 pots at least.
Oh, you guys are troopers.
We're almost done.
Look at that. Cute
I
little
told him that first. That's why he said that.
troopers.
You guys are troopers. It's my new saying now that Noah said it. Noah called me a trooper the other day, and I'm like, that's just the best thing ever. So you guys.
I just think of ABBA every time I hear.
ABBA?
Don't even right now.
Gonna find you.
Yeah.
That's your
This one over here. I don't know.
I live under a rock, I'm telling you.
You do. You live under the rock. He had no idea about Monty Python. We have talked about all different kinds of stuff. Do you know what ABBA is?
Oh, I know what ABBA is. I do.
You do? You
Yeah.
sure?
Yes.
You're positive?
Yeah, I used to sell the soundtrack at Target.
What?
I worked at Target. I worked at Kmart and Target before.
Really?
Yeah, I was in charge of electronics, and I had to put out those ABBA albums. I had to listen to them.
I don't know why that was funny to me just now. I'm so delirious.
You
I'm
are.
delirious.
Dude, we were like laughing all last night, and then this morning with Nathan, dude.
Oh my God. Nathan came in at the right time
he did.
with comedy relief because we were
Incredible.
so
Well, I was provoking him. I was like,
ridiculously
Nathan,
tired.
do this. Nathan, do that. He's like, okay.
He was such a good sport.
Yeah,
I need to
totally.
send him a huge package of love mail.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he's just a fantastic sport about everything. He's just
He is.
wonderful. Just wonderful. I mean, he sang Ariel.
Yeah.
Look at the stuff. Isn't it neat? I know. But he changed it to witchy words of him on the beach. I mean, it was.
I love it.
And he twirled.
Like
and he
Stevie
took off
Nicks.
he twirled like
And
Stevie Nicks.
I'm sure he was flicking his beautiful mane.
Yes.
He didn't have to
Like,
because
in the
of
water.
the beach wind.
I can imagine him in the beach swimming, and then he'll just go like.
He did a Pamela Anderson
Oh, yeah.
Baywatch run.
Incredible.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing. Truly.
I honestly can't wait to watch these things back because there's going to be so many funny little snippets. I can't.
Dude,
wait.
you're gonna die at points.
You're gonna die. I have a headache from laughing.
You should wait until like your day off,
Oh
like
my God.
on your Friday, and drink some wine and watch
Oh
it. Then you're
my
just gonna
God.
laugh straight through.
Yeah,
oh.
that's the thing.
What's going on? What? No untold story. What are they talking about?
Untold story. Honey, I've laid it all out for you in the last I don't know how many hours.
Haven't we both?
Shit. If this ain't enough, I ain't got nothing for you, okay? Take my blood, I'm done. This is it. I'm over here putting bergamot on because I understand Elder Crow told me that it's going to hit me in most of my head.
Right.
Is that right? Did I get that right?
The crow.
Here,
Smells
aromatherapy.
good.
You're like, smells good. Too much.
Aroma 101, guys. Aroma
He
101.
did. He gave us the Bible of aromatherapy as well. How is Raven and Noah still alive?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We
We made a deal with Hades. He's not taking us to the underworld tonight.
No. Too much trouble we are. Too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Too much.
Oh, so
We're
you
feisty.
guys.
A top note.
Top note. A top note. That's what. So it's a top head, right?
How are you still alive?
I don't know.
So,
It's a booster, yes? feel boosted. No?
So, I thought the Long Island medium was supposed to be with us tonight.
The Long Island medium?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard about
Teresa
that.
Caputo?
Yeah, I love her.
I'm sorry, did you say Teresa Caputo?
Yes, we did. Are you getting a reading from me? Do you feel a male presence?
Who's the father energy?
The father energy?
Who's the father figure? That I love that.
I don't.
It's always who's the figure? Who's the father figure? Who's the mother figure? Is it your mother? Is it your aunt?
The mother figure.
Or my favorite one of hers is I just love it how she lays it out. She'll come over to you and just be like,
This is already laughing.
she'll just be like, you know, I'm sorry, who's the mother figure? Who's the mother figure that's passed on? And then she'll be like, I'm medium, so I speak to dead people. She's incredible. I don't know
She just comes right out.
incredible.
I mean, she just goes straight for the jugular. She does every time.
Goes straight for the kill. Oh fuck! I've knocked something over.
Oh god.
But she does. She goes straight in for the kill. She just comes in and just like with her mediumness, like she just attacks. I don't know how I would feel about that if someone just came up to me.
Oh, I had to do that for somebody one time. It was not fun, not at all. No, I had somebody who had passed away up the street and refused to leave his family and wouldn't let me go until I gave a message, and I had to he showed me where they lived. I had written out the message, waited for her to he's like, she's coming outside right now, and I'm like, no, she's like, oh, there she is. I'm like, shit, I really have to do this. I'm like, wow. I handed her the letter and basically bolted. I'm like, bye. You don't know me. I never go up that street again, honestly. I used to walk that way all the time for exercise. I don't do it anymore. I refuse to go up that way. We will not go on that street.
Evelyn, I will not do this again.
Do you call yourself a medium?
Do I?
Do you experience or use mediumship often?
Yeah, quite a bit. Clairvoyant, I guess, is what some would call it. I don't know. I don't really know what it is yet exactly, but yeah.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome. I think it's fabulous. I think it's such an awesome gift to have. I'm not fortunate enough to have that gift yet. I'm working on it.
Sometimes it doesn't feel like a gift. Sometimes it doesn't feel like a gift at all.
I know, and that's why because I'm in the two minds. My Aquarius mind is split directly in half. And
you guys are
half
really
of me's
bossy.
like, I want to be able to help people and use this gift and rah, but then the other's like, I don't want to be harassed by spirits at all times, and there's an element. I think there's also an element of fear as well, because I feel like you've got to be as kind of mentally prepared and spiritually prepared to be able to kind of see that stuff and to be able to differentiate between who's who in the zoo.
It's exhausting.
Yeah, it would be very exhausting.
People pop in, pop out all the time. Sometimes I just feel like I'm being watched and I don't know why, and then then I figure it out, or things like that. It's and a lot of the times the spirits want to contact somebody, but the living want nothing to do with them. So it's kind of heartbreaking, honestly. It's like they've just been forgotten trash, thrown away. And how do you communicate that to them that their loved one doesn't really care? They've moved on because they're in mourning and they can't handle it. They can't handle it. So it's very difficult. It's really difficult. And also the ones that come searching for it and want to connect with somebody, then sometimes the dead don't want to connect with them. So I'm like, you know what? Damn it. Can't.
Yeah, that would be hard. But no, I think I would love to meet Teresa Caputo.
I would too.
You would? I would.
I would love.
I think I'd want to touch her hair.
Ooh, I don't know if she'd let you.
She
I don't
probably
reckon
like
she'd let me either.
her nails.
Yeah, she'd go.
She'd just, you know,
Bear claw
sideswipe
you.
me with her freaking paddles. But
The bag lady nails.
it's just the amount of hairspray that girl has in her hair. I swear, I reckon it'd be rock hard. I reckon you could knock on it, and you could.
Oh yeah.
It would echo. But she does.
She could dive in a pool and come out and still look the same way.
She could. It's a diving helmet, is what
Yeah,
it is.
pretty much.
Absolutely, it is. It's ridiculous, but I love listening to her voice, and I love impersonating her because it's funny. It's funny, you know. I do this automatically. Hello, my name's Through the Computer, and I'm a medium. I feel like that's all she does. Is just her hands.
That is all she does.
She just swims through the air like this with her freaking nails. They're ridiculous.
They are ridiculous.
So do you believe that she's actually a medium, or do you have like your own like feeling about it?
No, I want to. I feel like being a medium and being in the public eye like she is a hard gig. Especially because of the reasons like what we just said. Sometimes the dead don't want to connect. Sometimes the living don't want to connect. So I think it's a hard gig for her. So I feel like sometimes she'll do a lot of cold reading. And I mean, but then again, like I've never experienced seeing a medium live in that kind of, because she does like shows and stuff. So being in that kind of environment.
So kind of like Sylvia Brown,
Yeah, both of them. I'm very skeptical of both of them. Like I was talking about it yesterday in a live chat that I was doing that not yesterday, the day before yesterday. That I believe in mediumship. I totally believe in it, 100%. But I don't believe that the people that are on TV are necessarily 100% mediums. It's TV. It's dramatized. It's exaggerated. To pull in the audience. And for me, it's just been proven that she is. She's not, because like when you said, she does cold reading in front of like a big crowd. If you look at it like this, so this was an example. She says, "Oh, I'm feeling a motherly presence, right? If somebody's mother
who's the mother presence?"
And then like 5 people raise their hands. So she fishes them down to one person, right? Then after she fishes them down to one person, then she has a full-blown sentence to give them as a message. Oh, your mother said that, this, and that. I'm like, so if she can give you a full sentence now, why couldn't she give you that before and say, hey, my name is so-and-so. That's my daughter over there. Can you tell her? That's the stuff that people don't really like catch on to. And then they're just like amazed when it's true, that kind of stuff. So I'm skeptical. But at the same time, if I was proven wrong, then I totally own up to and be like, what, I'm wrong. I'm very sorry, but.
Yeah, I mean, I probably don't doubt that she has a gift. I feel like she has a gift of some sort, but yeah, I don't know whether it's, because she does do a lot of it. She does, and then, she will narrow it down, because she'll be like, who's the mother figure? Do you have a piece of her jewelry? I'm seeing a necklace or a bracelet or a ring.
Which is normal things that people would have. And also, can't they like go in and see who is assigned to what seat? They can do some research on them, especially with social media the way it is.
No, I used to do this actually. I used to work for this media advertising company, and those like big church like not Joel Osteen, but something like that, right? So the people in the audience, they have to sign this little paper, and it has like they want to put like their name and prayer, like what they need or whatever.
Prayer request.
Prayer request, exactly. And so they submit that, right? And the people will like put the seat number down on the back of that paper, and then they'll give the information to the preacher. And so they think that the preacher
was a prayer warrior, y'all.
so these people in the audience think that the preacher is getting the word, straight from above, when in reality they wrote it down and handed it to him,
Yeah.
So I used to work for a company that dissolved because of this reason. So it was like, somebody found evidence and they took the whole business down, So yeah, so if they can do it, why can't she do it? You know.
It's another form of being a can't say it. Charlatan.
And yeah. But I mean, I love to watch her. I love to listen to her.
It's entertaining.
And I mean, at the end of the day, if whether she has a gift or not, I do think that she helps people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because a lot of people will, you know, get that closure, whether she's actually channeling a spirit or not. They still think that they're getting that closure, which, you know, is a good thing, I guess.
It's a placebo.
Yeah.
It's still doing some sort of work in that person's eye.
Yeah. But I think, you know, like you said, no, I think you've got to have a healthy sense of skepticism in everything. I mean, even me, you know, being exposed to this kind of stuff all the time. Oh, there we go. I just got another email. Sorry, guys. Oh, shit.
No, Abby.
Far out. Fucking technology. You know, if I go see a psychic or a medium or a tarot reader, you know, you've got to have a healthy sense of skepticism, I think. Because you never know. You never know.
That's
and
true.
I mean, I'll tell, if I read for clients, I'll tell them to, you know, take everything with a grain of salt, because not everything is necessarily always going to be correct. And things change. Things change. But what's happening? Yes, Jupiter Moon. I'm very warm and cozy. It's freezing here today. I think it's going to be like 16 degrees or something ridiculous today. I'm so excited.
Gosh, she's been up with us too, quite a bit.
Yeah, Juniper Moon has been hanging in there.
She's been hanging in there. How long have you been on, Jupiter?
So I kind of shared my plan that I told you before with the Aussies. Or you probably watched it when I said that if I ever won the lottery, I was going to buy a house in Australia and buy a house over here so I could forever live in winter and fall. Totally, dude. Totally.
That's incredible. And I do hope you know that I will also be moving, you know, back and forth.
Yeah, exactly. We can switch up. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
If you ever want a summer vacation or a white Christmas, you know, you can always come to the house.
White Christmas would be at for me. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just so ridiculous. Our Christmases are just so hot, and like, yet we still hang snowflakes and icicles on our Christmas tree, and it's like, who are you kidding?
Honestly, dude, if I had the means to bring like all the little Aussie witches over here, like together, and just see like how you guys react to, you know, this whole
Christmas,
everything.
Oh, it would be fucking
totally
hilarious.
worth it.
Or Halloween.
That would be totally worth it. Absolutely.
Oh my god,
every
it would just
penny.
be fabulous. I can't wait. I think we should do it. I'll come over.
when we win lottery.
Yep.
I'll accumulate all of my annual leave, and I'll just come over for like a month.
Yeah.
You are more than welcome.
Come on down.
I'll live with both of you because I won't be able to afford accommodation. I'm just gonna have to.
That's fine.
We'll take you.
Absolutely.
I'll just have to house hop.
You will get a job so quickly because of your accent.
Yeah, you will.
A lot of people have said that to me, actually.
Yeah.
A lot of people have said that to me. So maybe I'll go, you know, work I won't even get a visa. I'll just work illegally somewhere for cash.
Not my corner.
Not my corner. I'm so tired.
I'll just mix cocktails in some bar.
Huh?
I'll just mix cocktails in some bar.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
you could
Tom
do
Cruise.
it. You could come.
Tom Cruise.
Yeah, right? Oh my god. So many people tell me that I look like Tom Cruise. It's ridiculous. Especially from that movie. But no, come to Australia. I'll give you a job.
Dude, I will. I was telling the Aussies last night, I was like, I'm afraid if I ever go over there to visit, I'm not going to leave. And Crimson was like, and what's wrong with that? And I was like, I need my papers. I need my visa. I need to get married. Somebody needs to marry me. And she's like, oh, well, it'll be arranged.
Arwen just says,
I think-
Alex!
Oh, hi, Owen, my love. Mwah. She's lovely. It was so fabulous to chat with her the other day. I had a ball.
She's
I
amazing.
had such a fun time. She is amazing. I just loved it, and especially because we were scheduled to catch up for a chat like weeks and weeks ago, but then she got so sick, and I was like, "Oh my God, you poor thing."
I know.
And
She
so
got
we
sick, like,
rescheduled.
sick. She got sick.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
got sick, and then she
So-
got sick again, and then she was getting better, and they said, nope, you're going to be sick some more. Poor
Yeah.
thing.
Just freaking dishing out that.
It was the mask.
It makes me want to cuddle up in a blankie. Let us witchy matchmake Noah. In Australia, though, Madame Luna, that's the catch. You can matchmake me whoever you want as long as they're in Australia. And they're
Well,
citizens.
I think us Aussie witches are going to have to make it our mission to find someone willing and able.
Yep.
I'm sure there'll be someone. I'll put it out to my
I'm trying to fix up Noah with Owlvine's sister. She's over 6 feet tall now.
This is true. This is true. But I'm so excited to be catching up.
Baby.
I'm catching up with Avalon Cameron later on this week.
Oh, cool. Yeah, her kids are out of the house.
Yeah, her kids are out of the house for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
She's living large with her ports.
I love that. I love that.
She says there will be an application process and it has to go through literally 6,000 of us. Sweet. I'm in good hands.
With Allstate?
Yeah.
That's going to be fabulous.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome. I hope you're still my friend, honey. Not easy anymore to get visa. I know, Elder Crow, it's not easy. You have to actually be convincing that you're in love. And
read the vapes?
Read vapes?
It's never going to get old.
12,000 hands, actually.
12,000 hands. Okay. We need questions. We need questions.
Yeah, ask us some questions. I'm in full question mode. I'm ready to answer.
Ship you and Noah, and Raven some owl feathers. I have a lot of real ones. Get with me on Facebook.
Yeah, get with us on Facebook. It's easier to do that kind of stuff there.
Owl
Thank you, Bobby.
That's too cool.
That is actually really cool.
So you guys,
we apologize for our low energy.
Yeah, we're so low energy.
Guess what's happening to me on Monday?
What?
Ooh.
So I was contacted by a group of uni students here in Melbourne.
What is that?
Say unicorn
No, like university students.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I forgot, they shortened all the words.
What are unicorns and what does unicorns have to do with
uni students? So what's up?
Unis.
So they go to a film school. And they are filming a documentary on witchcraft and paganism in Melbourne.
Oh, wow.
So they reached out and said, would you be, interested in coming on and having us interview you for our documentary, rah. And I'm like, and I spoke to them. I spoke to them on Google Hangouts yesterday for like a pre-interview rundown. And they seem like really good kids. And the idea that they want to kind of achieve is to dispel a lot of the negative connotations around our community and some of the myths about that we're all Satan worshipping weirdos.
Satan worshipping weirdos? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I did. So I think it's going to be really, really good. And I think that they're doing a really good thing. I think it's going to be awesome.
Sorry, I'm looking to see how many people are here. The Hagstone Hunter.
Oh my god.
The Hagstone Hunter. Oh my god.
So Alex, I have a question for you. So how did you feel when you found out that you were in first place for the Witchy Listening Contest?
Oh, well, I was I don't know whether did I wake up to it? I can't remember. I think I probably woke up to it. So I think it just made my morning.
Did it?
I think well it's made my entire year. I'm so excited.
Aww.
But it was fabulous. I didn't expect it at all. I was like, there are so many awesome videos in this contest. I'm like, surely not. I'm like, you know, maybe I'll come third, maybe I'll come second. I didn't think that I was going to come first place.
It was really hard, and I was like, even on the phone with Raven, I was like, Raven, I wish I had the means to like buy everybody like ribbons or medals or something or certificates.
Mm-hmm.
It was so hard.
I did that for the last time. All the entries got certificates and a double terminated crystal, and it's hard to put forth the money for that because the shipping gets you. You're like, rah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've done a couple of giveaways on my channel before when I've hit like a subscriber amount. I did like a random one for when did I do it? I think I did like a random 200 subscriber giveaway because like 200 people is just so many people to me. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe 200 people are potentially watching my videos. This is incredible. Let me give you something. Let me give you stuff.
Let me give you something. I feel sorry for you. Here you go.
Yeah. I'm sorry you have to endure me and watch me and listen to my rants. So here.
I think one of the first videos I watched of yours was like a spell tutorial video. I don't remember what it was about, but I remember watching. Like you went out to like your property, and you're like.
Oh, yeah. I don't do many tutorial videos. I don't know. I feel like
I can't do them. They suck for me. I don't know why. Because I can't concentrate on what the hell I'm doing, and then I'm like, oh, I messed it up. I'm like, don't do this, do that. I'm like, ah.
Yeah,
I like it. I just have to get back in the groove.
I feel that. But I don't know. I did a couple of them, and then I was planning to do a whole heap of them, but then I'm like, maybe not.
Meh.
Meh.
Meh. I make that noise a lot in my life.
So you have to go to work tonight?
Yes, all this afternoon. This afternoon. What happened?
Did you enjoy your extra hour of sleep?
Yeah, did you get an extra hour of sleep?
Yeah, kind of. Our daylight savings ended at 2 a.m. this morning. So I think we put our clocks backwards.
Yeah.
Jealous.
It's all very confusing.
Must be nice down there.
Must be nice, can't relate.
Must be nice.
Yeah, well, it takes us a little while to readjust ourselves again. Because
like I had a 2-hour time difference when I moved here, and it was hell.
I love Florence. No. I love Florence.
So what do we want to talk about, you guys? What haven't you talked about in the last, 20 hours?
My blood type is A positive.
We literally...
That's incredible.
I'm already an overachiever.
Honestly, nobody came with a topic. Like, everybody... Well, no, we had... Crimson Fire wanted to show her garden, and so did she. Mm-hmm. And then Alder Crow came up with his aromatherapy, but Avalon and Owlvine, they just were fluid with the conversation. Mm-hmm, and then where was the thing?
And Roller Derby Witch showed us her garden too. We were originally we didn't do the.
It's a trigger word right now.
I'm too tired. I can't.
Okay, this is Raven After Dark, and I'm going to tell you the lowdown real quick. So, somebody took facial into a different kind of context.
Renee. and scientist.
And ran with it all night long.
All night long. All night.
And then he added to it the entire night. And so we're laughing about facials.
That's right, Daddy.
How good they are for the skin. The cumin facial.
The cumin facial. The cumin?
Yeah,
Cumin.
cumin facial. Be careful, only one M, you guys.
Oh.
Not sweet Renee.
Renee with that beautiful little sweet little pudding face. No. It has been
we've got questions now, you guys.
Oh, thank God. I can't form a thought.
Everyone needs to stop talking in the chat for a second, just so I can scroll.
Get him! Get him!
Madame Luna, she because in the first chat, yeah, that's what I'm reading. The entire time that Scientist Witch was in there, he wanted to ask me a question, and I said nope every time he asked me. So at the end of it, we ended it with that question.
He just like done.
I think this is going to be a really interesting question, especially for you, Raven.
Okay.
How do you feel about using mind-altering substances/plants in ritual?
The more the better.
You want to come say hi? No?
No.
I'm excited for that special sage.
Oh, good, thank you.
That special sage. I wish I could send you some of that special sage. I took pictures of it. Hand me that tablet.
Oh no, Madame Luna, no.
What? What now she do?
She said dead mother is out, daddy is in.
Oh, dead mother is out, daddy is in.
No.
My husband's shaking his head back there. He's like, oh my God, here we go.
I'm too tired to defend myself right now.
Too tired to defend yourself? It's going to be okay. It's going to be all right. We're almost done. We made it. Oh, we sent this picture to Nathan, to Blue Knight. We thought it was hysterical because he was the Little Mermaid on the beach. It was a Little Mermaid. Oh,
but it was so funny because he couldn't
cute.
see it because the sun was so bright. He couldn't see it, so he was like literally like with it in his face like this.
What? I can't see it, and it was more like this. What?
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
I don't know what you're saying. He was the hagstone hunter.
Yeah.
Did he find any hagstones?
Yeah, dude, he found like dozens.
Every other stone.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we had him run, but he'd been putting all the stones in his pocket, and so he almost lost his
shorts
pants.
are falling. Dude, all the rocks on the beach, like every other one he picked up was a hagstone. And we're like, you know how lucky you are to do that? Like I've been gifted one. I've never been able to find one. And he had 2 pockets full of hagstones.
This is the sage in question.
Oh, so that's the special sage.
This is the special sage, and it doesn't smell like the mean old sage that you don't care for. No.
Right.
It doesn't.
See, I think I might actually enjoy this sage.
Well, I can't send it to you because your country is an asshole.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Basically.
But,
you'll have to send me the specific name of it so I can try to hunt down some seeds or something.
It's Nazareth sage. Nazareth sage. Yes, and it's long, skinny. Now,
I'm
as
sure
far
I'll
as
be able to find that
substances,
here somewhere.
Yeah, as far as substances, I feel that as a Virgo, my brain sometimes does not stop unless you're on for more than 40 hours straight, and eventually it needs to stop. However, but I often am a bit of a control freak. So I'm always plotting and planning for the next thing to come. And so if I have a little bit of wine or, something, I actually don't smoke. People probably think I do, but I am moving to Washington and I am very interested in edibles. Okay. All right. I need something to get through life. Need something. But anyhow, I feel that it gives you a little bit of let go. I'm not saying that you need to do it all the time, but it might help some people that are looking to connect they're forcing it so much and they're overthinking it that it may give them, just take off that little bit of an edge. And again, I don't smoke. I'll drug test right now if you want me to. But, if it's something that could maybe make you let go a bit, I don't see any reason why. As long as you're not hurting yourself or anybody else, I don't see any reason why.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't smoke either. I don't smoke. I'm not about I'm not sure how I feel about like pills and things in the sense of like illegal drugs in ritual. I feel like that's maybe taking it just like a little bit too far.
I think you need to really watch it with the chemicals anyhow. I think they do more harm than good.
Yeah, because that I feel like can affect your energy and then your workings.
So much.
Madame Luna is so crazy.
Yeah.
Madame
Luna
is crazy.
She is on it. We'll have you on in 2 hours. She says, "Worst still hurt is some Doritos and some Twizzlers."
Oh, Twizzlers sound actually really good right now. You know, the big fat ones that like the ropes that come off. Yeah, those are so delicious. Yeah.
Licorice. We're talking about licorice.
Hungry.
Huh?
You guys are making me hungry.
Hungry.
I just woke up.
Water. With some water over here. Now, have you ever heard of this show? It's a movie actually. It's called The 10th Kingdom. Have you ever heard of this?
I haven't.
See?
I'm just gonna go to bed.
What? Okay.
I tried, man. I tried. Everybody go look up The 10th Kingdom. They have all these fabulous people that are in it. I don't know if you can see them. Can you see them? Probably not.
I only know the mother from Edward Scissorhands.
Okay, well, can I read them? Ed O'Neill, Diane West, Kimberly Williams.
Random knows what you're talking about.
Cameron Mann? I don't know what that is. John Lacroix. You know what? Never mind. Next question.
Look, that cover reminds me. I wonder if it's by the same people that did Merlin. Have you seen the movie?
This is a 9-hour movie. No joke.
Yeah, Merlin I think is like 4 hours.
Merlin, like the movie?
Or something. It was a TV miniseries.
This is a TV miniseries.
Yeah, well, so was Merlin. It was fabulous. It had Sam Neill, who's Australian.
Oh wow.
You're gonna take that home and watch it, and you're gonna love it.
Not tonight.
You're gonna love it.
Not tonight, and not tomorrow. I'm sleeping the full 24 hours.
Merlin had Sam Neill, who played Merlin. He's Australian. He's an Australian actor. It had what's her name? Oh, Miranda Richardson.
Oh.
Who she's been in heaps of stuff. She played the Queen of Hearts in An Alice in Wonderland. She played I'm pretty sure she played Rita Skeeter in Harry Potter as well.
Wait a minute. The Queen of Hearts and Alice in Wonderland?
Not Johnny Depp's version.
Carter?
Yeah, not Johnny Depp's. Like an old.
Oh, okay.
Like I'm talking in the 90s. It was a 90s version.
Rita Skeeter.
Rita Skeeter from Harry Potter, you know?
Oh, I know. She's a trifling thing.
Yeah.
Trifling thing.
So that's pretty good. You should watch that. And then they made a second one called Merlin's Apprentice. It wasn't as good as, sequels generally aren't. But you get the idea.
I do.
We have another question. Wednesday's Child asks, can I ask about how you guys do your daily protection? What do you do? Do you use crystals, energy work, etc.? ? Do you do any daily protections?
I don't do daily protection.
I think she's talking about self, I think.
I do. Yeah, I do.
I don't do daily protection because I do like a ritual, every so I'm not gonna say like when. But if she means like bubbling as a form of protection, yeah, but like if you mean like,
So you're a bubble boy?
I am not a bubble boy. I'm just using that as an example. I use my aura and I like shield myself in a different way. Yeah. I'm too tired to show you guys.
Yeah, we are something else. Boy, we apologize.
Yeah, I am so sorry.
Woo!
Just daily personal protection.
Daily personal protection. I use essential oils. I have an oil. Dang it! If I knew she was coming, she could have brought it. Damn it! tequila. There's a dragon's blood oil that the Lady Grave Dancer makes. It's amazing. I have all of my frankincense oil here. And
Yes, queen.
Woo!
Yes.
My lover.
What base oil did you use?
This one is soybean, and this one is sweet almond.
Yum.
This one's been about 6 months.
Wow.
Like this.
Fabulous.
And then this one is not as long. I think it's more like 3 or 4 months. But the soybean oil is extremely light.
Yeah.
No, it's extremely light. It's nice though. But I think the mix that I like the best is probably the frankincense with the sweet almond, and sometimes I add a little bit of bergamot to it.
Good.
A little bit of cha-cha.
Well, I'm with Noah. I don't use essential oils in my practice.
You don't slather yourself down with nothing?
No, I don't. I've only really started I've only really started making my own oils in the last couple of months. And I made a Crown of Success oil, which I've never worked with before, and it's been working fabulously for me.
What is this? Talk about this. What?
Crown of Success. So Crown of Success, it's it's pretty self-explanatory. Basically it opens up a lot of doors, and it basically allows you success in all things, basically. So depending on what you kind of focus it on.
It's a helix polisis.
Basically. So here, let me find here, guys. Let me show you. But it's got. Can you see? Oh, other way. Can you see it?
Yes, it's very pretty.
Wow, it's really pretty.
It's gorgeous.
So it's got I bought these little jars, and the oil is seeping through the cork, and it's just fucking my life up.
I heard something.
So usually what I'll do is
What did you hear? He said he heard something else. What did you say just now? Please forgive us.
It's the oil is seeping through the cork, and it's fucking my life up.
Is that what you heard?
Is that what you heard?
Yes, that's what I heard.
Okay, great.
I don't think that's what he heard. I don't think that's what he heard.
But it's got frankincense in it.
Of course, yes.
Yes. It's got vetiver root in it. It's got bay leaf in it.
Yes.
And it's got, I think it's got sandalwood in it as well.
Also delish.
Yeah. So it's fabulous. So usually what I'll do is I'll just rub it into my hands before I'm happy to tell you guys what I use it for. I use it for work. So I have been feeding and working for the last 3 months with this oil. And I've been using it on my hands before I go to work. I'll anoint my forehead or the crown for that. But I think it's great. I think it's a really great oil to use. It's really versatile, whether you want to use it for work or any other thing that you need kind of victory or success or a little extra boost. It's really great. And I just used olive oil as the base because I'm lazy and didn't want to go out and buy anything fancy. So
I love you.
I'm so honest.
Owns up to being so lazy.
I love it. I think there's power in that.
Absolutely.
Actually, I think there's power in that.
I agree. My practice has really kind of changed since I kind of admitted to myself that I don't want to be this fantastical witch that has everything.
The aesthetic witch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I think it goes back to being brutally honest, with yourself and your craft.
Yeah.
By doing so, you really are taking back your power because you're breaking things down into the base of things.
Exactly.
Or I'm just talking out my ass.
No,
one of the two.
I 100% agree. Like that's what me and Renee were talking about earlier. She says she's a bougie witch. Like she doesn't really use much in her practice anymore. I'm the same way. So somebody asked us, what is your thing in witchcraft like? Arwen is tarot and has her garden. And for me and Renee, it was ourselves, Hers was more like the body as a temple. For me, it's like art. For me, it's myself. You know, I don't really use physical items as much as I used to anymore. I use myself. I use my heart, my mind, and my hands. You know, and that's it. Chanting, incantations, affirmations. That's it. That's
Yeah,
and then,
well,
it's energy.
the more that I kind of like, I've recently taken my wand and my athame off my altar because they were just gathering dust, basically.
Oh, I remember you saying this. I remember you saying
Yeah.
this.
You know, and the more that you kind of strip back, like you said, the more you're kind of empowering yourself. Because if you don't use those things, then you have to use yourself or, you know, something
It's like
else.
taking the training wheels off, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, yes, I mean, you get strapped down basically with all these tools and gadgets and all this other stuff, and you sort of convolute your own practice.
Yeah, you
with
sort
all
of
this stuff.
you depend on that stuff too much. I mean, and I'm not putting anybody down by saying that either. You know, like if that's your choice and
No.
that's how you feel, what works for you. You know, but I felt like I was depending on it, and so I started just wean myself off of those things, and I don't really use it anymore. I mean, they're in boxes right now, and they were out, and when I was living in California, they were out, and I didn't have the time to sit at my altar, so they were just sitting there. You know.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, you know, I'm fairly time poor, so I don't have, and I've said it so many times, I just don't have time for it. If I want to do a
Time
working
poor.
or if I want to do a spell, I need to do it now, and I don't have time to be fucking hunting around looking for fucking the woo juju herb that only grows in fucking South Africa in the middle of the jungle.
Well, we need some of
Or
Alex's lemon verbena though.
yeah, I know. I need to find out. Can I send shit to you?
Yeah, you can send
Yeah.
stuff to us all day long, but we can't seem to send anything to you. And there's a $60,000 fine
Yeah,
for you and for us
yeah.
if we're caught.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not like you're sending me fucking illegal drugs or cocaine.
I know. I just wanted to send you dirt and freaking like clovers, and they said no.
Dirt and clovers and maybe a Jericho rose. That's
Yeah,
it.
and some dandelions and some sand from the Pacific,
Yeah,
beaches.
can't send no sand.
I have some of that, and I was gonna send it to you, you guys, but they said no.
$2 bill? Nope, can't do that either.
Yeah, I was gonna
Can't
send you guys
have
$2 bill. And they said
money.
nope.
That's ridiculous.
Yes.
Ridiculous.
Right to
That's
your
so
authorities.
ridiculous.
Mass Australian Post binding. Let's go.
Yeah,
Talk
right?
about binding Trump. Let's
Yeah.
bind Australia.
Post.
Post.
Yeah, make sure you be specific. Otherwise, you bind
Very
us, we ain't
specific.
living here ever.
Right.
So we got to wrap this up because we have to pull in the next people for the next segment. Do you want to say anything before we go?
I want to thank you guys. And I don't know whether anyone else has, but I think on behalf of all of us, I'd like to thank you guys for doing this shit. You're fucking crazy. But you're fucking fabulous.
drink some
bitches.
pulp.
You poor bitches have been up for so long, and I really appreciate it. And I think everyone else really appreciates it. So thank you very much.
It's been so fun, and I'm really, it means a lot for you to be a part of this for us.
It does. It
For you to
does.
come on. And...
It's my pleasure.
Give us one more impersonation.
Yeah, give us one more.
One more accent. One more.
Okay, what do you want to hear? What do you want?
If
Come
you
on,
do
let's
one, if you do one, I'll do one.
Oh, okay. How about I'll be a little bit Irish. How about I be a little bit Irish? I'd like to thank you all for coming here today, and I'd like to thank you for doing this 24-hour chat. And share. Oh, if I could turn back.
Oh, I can do a share.
Oh, I want you to share. Madame Luna is spamming. She says share.
Share.
Okay, you do share.
Okay.
You do share.
Gotta summon. If I could turn back time. No. If I could find a way. No. Otherwise, I could be, yar, dude, my name is Bart Simpson, man.
Do that again.
I don't know if I can.
You know The Simpsons?
Of course I know The Simpsons.
I can bark like a dog really well. That's for sure. I can set off neighborhood.
That's how we find each other in stores.
Yeah, I bark at him in stores when I lose him, as if I could lose sight of him. He's so tall.
Can I hear the bark, please?
You want to hear the bark?
Oh my god, that is just so funny.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we're gonna let you go, Alex, so we can bring the next people in. Thank you so much again. We really appreciate it, and we love you, dude.
Guys.
We'll talk to you soon.
Mwah, 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 mwah.
Bye.
Bye.
Did you already push the button?
No, we have to. This is the same thing, the same live stream.
Oh.
Yeah, it's only the
look,
first hour.
He's
Oh, he
there.
has to push it. Yeah. I have to input all
I
these
miss
in my
him
hand.
already.
I know, me too. SquWitchy. SquWitchy. 1676.
If I could turn back time.
I like how it does it after we do it.
Are we still live right now?
We're still live. Patrick.
I'm so tired. I'm so tired.
We need those facials.
Oh my god. Help me. Someone. Who else is coming in here?
We are putting together all of the Teen Witches into this chat right now, so just bear with
Teen
us.
Witch Chat!
When I hear Teen Witch, I hear like Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Yeah, I was just thinking of Sabrina, or, yeah. Sabrina and them. Nope.
No.
And her cat, Salem. And I'm going to be singing Cher for the next, I don't know. I'll take back those words that hurt you.
There you go.
And you'd stay.
Wednesday didn't sing for us.
No, we sang for her, and she looked quite disturbed, actually. She looked frightened.
Did you?
Well, we sort of like belted it at her, you know?
Scared the crap out of her.
Well, there was 3 of us in a row, and we kind of assaulted her with Whitney Houston is what happened. Mm-hmm.
We have sent out all but one because he's out to movie right now.
If I could reach the stars.
Sorry, my typing is suffering. Marlon, you are a trooper. Hey!
Hello!
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
We're
great.
tired.
Yeah.
You're the one here.
Nice bark, by the way. It was really realistic.
Which
nice
one?
what?
Nice bark?
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
dude,
you.
yeah, it was.
Thank you. You know, it is a girl that does his.
Yeah, it is. There's Nova.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
How
Where
is
is-
everyone?
We're good, waiting for all the others. We can do roll call.
I'm
Waiting.
still tired, and I didn't even do any of the work yet, so it's alright.
Don't say tired.
Don't
Don't say tired.
I'm awake. Oh my gosh.
SquWitchy, I sent you the invite. SquWitchy. You have to go to Hangouts and open the invite, SquWitchy.
I know, Ella's like, are you in the video
I like how
call
it
yet?
sounds
I'm
so
like,
cool.
yes, Ella.
SquWitchy.
Squitchy, squitchy.
SquWitchy.
Now listen here, squitchy. Uh-oh, I'm getting a headache. Squitcheroo.
It's Silver. Where's she at?
Silver?
Hello.
This is Silver. Nova. We're just waiting for SquWitchy, and then we'll do roll call.
Squitchy, squitchy, squitchy. Rocking everywhere. I am delirious. Do, 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 do.
Oh my god.
Well, how are you doing, Teen Witches?
I'm good.
Pretty alright.
Tired.
Let me see. Okay. Give me 1 second. I have to do something.
One.
Mississippi.
One.
There is a highway right over there, so if you hear like a whole bunch of background noise, it's the highway. Okay.
You could have lied and said it was the ocean. I would have believed you.
The ocean is, well, the lake is right over there, but I'm nowhere near it. But so.
You look like you're about to have your senior pictures done.
No,
You
he's-
just kind of turn to the like this, and lean in and do this number. No, there you go. There you go. Very nice. Very nice.
I know, somebody just said I look super hood with my graffiti. I'm sorry, guys.
You do look hood.
There we go.
Squitchy, squitchy.
Oh my gosh. Wait, my camera. Okay, I'm here. Okay, that took a minute, but I'm here. Hi, everybody.
We can see you.
Hello.
Hi.
There you go. Okay, is everybody okay? You're going to be the teacher, so let's do roll call.
What?
Roll call.
What am I doing?
Intro. There's too many people.
Intro. Oh, okay.
Roll call.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my channel. I'm not dead yet. I do have some fabulous people here on our last stint. They're brave to have come on with us for an hour, because we may not make any sense at all. So we hope that they do. Let's go from left to right.
For us.
For us.
So we're going to start with Lord Night Raven. Say hello, Lord Night Raven.
Hello.
This is Lord Night Raven, everybody.
He's adorable.
Yeah, he is
And
absolutely
he's so
adorable.
stinking
Yes, he is.
cute. I know.
All of their links are in the down bar below, so if you want to check out their channels, these are all YouTubers, so all the links are below in the down bar. Next we have Nova from Silver Nova. Say hello, Nova.
The beautiful Nova. Hola.
Hi. And we have Silver from Silver Nova. The two ladies, they have a collab channel together. This is Silver. Say hello, Silver.
Hey.
Say it again, we didn't hear you.
Oh, hello.
There you go, now you got bigger. And then last but not least, we have SquWitchy. Hello, SquWitchy, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you guys?
We are hanging in there.
Hilarious.
Oh my goodness. Y'all have been at this for a long time.
It's so, yeah, today has been absolutely incredible, very eventful, and
I will never forget it.
Me either. I'm like...
I swear to
I'm
God, if anybody
documented.
else wants any more content from my channel, I'm going to tell them to go stop.
Yeah, I'm taking a break for a day. I have a lot of filming to get done.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to say thank you to you guys to come on, and also commend you guys for coming onto YouTube and starting channels as young as you guys are. I know it's really difficult to come up with that, with the guts to do this. Also, with your busy schedule with school, all your extracurriculars and all that good stuff, to find the time to do this, and the bravery is real right now. You know what I mean? I don't think I could have done this at your guys' age. How about you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh,
I
yeah. I was a theater kid, so I had no problem
way.
doing
I
anything.
couldn't.
I just sang Cher for you. Are you kidding me?
I'm still in my shell, apparently.
Still in your shell.
Yeah, still in my shell.
You're still in your shell?
I'm still in my shell. So we do have one more joining us a little later. Hopefully he gets back to us within an hour so we can bring him on in. Yeah. So let's go ahead and get started, you guys. So we want to know some of your guys' teen witchy struggles. What are some things that you face in, your little teen lives?
I guess I'll go first.
Okay.
I think one of the struggles is just school getting in the way of like time for you to practice, because you have like homework and stuff, and that kind of like interferes with how much time you have to practice and do your things. And that's like one of the main school things I have like a problem kind of with. Yeah, not having as much time as I would like, because I have to do homework and all these school stuff.
Sweet.
I didn't know that you had to do the homework. That's not good.
You were a good
High school
kid?
person.
Oh, no.
No, I wasn't.
Don't
I would
listen to her.
procrastinate all the time, and I'm just like, homework? Oh, whatever.
I was overachiever.
So over it.
Next.
Go down the line.
Okay, I'll go next. It used to be a fear of judgment for me with other people, but I think now mostly it's validation, because since I'm working with so many other deities now, I try to like research them more and figure out like the correspondences, and it's hard getting validation for that with myself, because since I am so young, like most people are like, you know, when I was your age, this is what I experienced. If I don't experience that, then I feel like I'm doing something wrong. So I guess that's my struggle.
But you know now that your own independent experience is your own
Valid.
independent. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's right.
Yeah.
Your experience to judge yourself on somebody else's experience is not. I'm gonna stop talking.
I know what you mean.
Who's next?
Silver.
I think one of the biggest challenges for me is just location, like where I'm at. Like at home, I can't really do stuff because my mom's like always up my ass about it. And then at college, I can't really like do some stuff because I can't really light candles or like light incense or anything. So it's for me, it's more for like location, especially if I'm somewhere that's not really at a location where like outside is very enjoyable to be. Like my college campus is beautiful, but I like my home is the woods and there is no woodland around here, so I'm like dying without it.
Did you just say our campus is beautiful?
Okay, well maybe that's a stretch.
That's a little extra of you.
She was feeling good that day. Floor is yours, Lord Night Raven. What's your witchy struggle?
Okay,
Being too handsome.
He is, right?
for me,
Too handsome for his own good. That's
other people. I have been told several times when I was first starting out, I was about 9 when I first started.
Damn.
Oh wow.
Wow.
And I had been told several times that I was just a naive child, and how much can you possibly know? It's something new. You're just a child. How much, you know, I was told that, and I was told several times that it was evil, you know, because that's a huge misconception about the craft. And especially since I go to a Catholic school, and
Wow.
yeah, so I didn't really have any struggles at home because my parents were very accepting. I was allowed to burn incense. I was allowed to light candles and stuff like that. But strangers like
I know you're not even allowed to do that. You're an adult.
so
yeah. I'm gonna piggyback off of that because I originally started my practice as a teenager, and for me, I felt like my struggle was like you. It's not being taken seriously. If I was in the broom closet with all my friends and family because I felt that they were gonna take me seriously. They're gonna see like it was just a phase for me. You know, so I just chose not to say anything to anybody. I grew up in a Christian and Catholic religion, so for me to come out to my mom and be like, hey, you know what, I'm starting to practice witchcraft, she would have like completely, went haywire. So I kept it to myself, and I practiced with 2 other people, and then we weren't like a coven, but we used to practice together, learn together, and stuff like that. And then they just like took off without saying goodbye, and then I stopped. Yeah.
I think it's definitely difficult too when you're just starting out, and if you start out younger, because a lot of people that have been practicing for a while, or if they're older than you, you know, they kind of, I don't want to say they shit on you, but they question your ability to practice because of how young you are, and they question your intelligence, which like can get frustrating at times, which like discourages you. But I mean, it's all about having faith in yourself. I think that's a big thing.
Absolutely. And, that's even something that I faced as an adult practicing.
I was going to say the same thing.
Because before I'm still in the broom closet with most of my family, but when I didn't come out to my immediate family until I felt comfortable, like I had a good knowledge base to defend myself, because of course there are going to be a lot of questions, there's going to be a lot of arguments, and I wanted to make sure that I had a good knowledge base before I said something, because when you're in that space, you will be discouraged if you can't respond with, an answer to their question or to their argument. You know what I mean? So, and that's a big part of your practice is believing in yourself. You know what I mean? So, it's still an adult thing too.
It is. I keep in mind. You getting water?
Yeah.
Keep in mind, I had witchy tendencies for a very long time and denied that because I grew up in more of a Christian atmosphere, and so to turn your back on God and all that stuff, and all the guilt that came with it. So for me to absolutely embrace it as a mom of 3 almost adult children, and they're looking at me like I'm crazy. And then it's just like everybody else around me is just like, oh my God, why now? Why now? You're 42 and you're deciding to actually go whole hog on this. So I was probably 40, almost 41 when I full on started. So even though I had already known quite a bit of that stuff, it's like, is somebody really going to take me seriously when I decided that half of my life, I wasn't going to do this? So to me, I would think that you guys would have more credibility than I would, because you made that conscious decision to push the start button well before I did.
Yeah.
I think you're more brave than I am.
Absolutely, I agree. That's actually something that Madame Luna was in a hangout with Silver and Nova, and that's something around the terms that she said too. She said, like, can you imagine if we had started at that age that they're at now?
Yeah, I know.
And then as like you guys are gonna be very well versed, very experienced, very knowledgeable.
Me, I let all that crap get in the way.
Yeah, like I
mean?
wish
It's
I
like,
could have. I wish I would have kept going instead of letting it go just because they left me. I mean, I don't want to sound like, oh, poor Noah. You know what I mean? I was a teenager. I was 14, and they were like my only friends because I was homeschooled at the time. So and it wasn't their fault. Like they didn't. I'm pretty sure they didn't know. Like if they would have known, we're close enough. They would have told me like, hey, we're moving, whatever. It was like in a like really abrupt, like they just got their stuff and like took off. I never seen them again. So it just really bummed me out, and I was like, I can't do this on my own. My practice was really, like circle based, and we helped each other. We did everything together. So I was like, you know what, I can't do this anymore. You know what I mean? I just felt really out of place. So my heart wasn't in it anymore until later on down the line.
I look at that as I don't know if you know Blue Knight's story, but I mean believe he was practicing when he was in high school.
Oh really?
So look at how knowledgeable he is, in his path with stuff, and it's like I feel like honestly, I feel like I didn't start because I was too damn lazy. I'm going to take a page out of Alex's handbook, but I knew how much commitment it actually was, and I'm like, what do you mean you got to open the circle? You got to close the circle too? Like, what am I going to do? Like, what now? How long is this going to take? And how much stuff do I need? Like, I was like, and where do I store it all? Oh, I'm not going to get away with that. Like, I had an excuse for everything because I just wasn't in a mind frame to take it as seriously as I do now. So I do appreciate it, but I wish that it wouldn't have wasted so much time. So I really applaud you guys. I really, really do.
Absolutely. So do you guys practice with anybody else, or you guys are solitary?
I don't practice with anyone because the only witchy people I know is like here on YouTube. But recently, through like this website called Witchbox, you can like post your location and like talk with like the little description so you can find other witches and pagans around you. And recently, I found someone who's just in the town, like right next door to my town. So we kind of started chatting just to get to know each other, so we don't want to like crazy or anything like that, like weirdo. But yeah. So as of now, I have never practiced with anyone. So hopefully, this person I just found will probably start talking and then be able to practice in the future. But yeah.
Oh,
sweet.
Kind of neat.
I hope it works out.
Thank you. Me too.
All right, I'll go first again. We'll just go in the same order. So I guess Ella and I technically practice together. We kind of like practice around each other, so I guess that counts. We used to practice with somebody else, but as we know, spill the tea, that's not a thing. So be very careful who you mix your energy with. That's all I'm gonna say. Just beware of that, because that connection is a lot stronger than you realize. So
Yeah, can be.
Wow. Wow.
Ella, who do you work with?
Well, when I was first starting out, I knew I didn't want to get into it alone because like the whole thought of it really scared me because I did come from a Christian background, so I was convinced that I was like, oh my God, I'm like evil, I'm going to hell. Like I had all this guilt because of it, and I was like, I can't handle this. So I was like, I didn't want to like do it alone. So I had started working with a friend that I had at the time, but she didn't take it as seriously as I did, and she kind of fell off of it while I kept going. And as I come here to college, I met Emily, and we kind of practice together, as she said.
That's too funny.
That's awesome.
I practice alone at the moment. I have a couple other witches in my family, a few cousins, a couple aunts, but I do not practice with them because they do not live next to me anywhere near me. So I do have some witchy friends, but they are not interested in joining a coven at the moment. So yeah, I practice alone.
Okay.
Mhm.
How long have you guys been practicing?
I've been practicing for almost like 3 years, so like 2-ish, 3-ish years I've been practicing.
Awesome.
Almost 5 years this summer.
Wow. That's
Wow.
amazing.
I have been practicing for about 3 years, maybe going on 4, so around that.
5 years this October.
Oh my goodness. Wow. That's amazing.
Wow.
Snaps for all of you guys. I can't snap right now. I'm tired.
We could rub our fingers together.
Yeah, we're gonna rub them together.
Noah, how long have you been practicing?
It's gonna be going on 4 years. Yeah, I started when I was 23. So like midway into 27, yeah, it'll be 4 years.
Awesome.
I love it. I can't picture life any other way now, you know.
Too cool. Yeah, I don't think I can either. It's really weird.
Gotten what it's like without magic.
For real.
So
Well, I mean, it's a lifestyle, and it becomes, you know, like, I don't want to say second nature, but it becomes natural. If that's what that means, you know what I mean? It just becomes natural, and when you start getting used to certain things and doing things a certain way, because you can find magic in anything pretty much, you know, everything is symbolic, everything has meaning and purpose, and that's what you use in your practice. Like that's the whole, you know, the gist of everything in spell work, you know. Everything is representation, and we use that, you know, to manifest. And so it took me a long time to learn that. Because, you know, when you're coming into witchcraft, you see, you know, your different influences from books, from TV shows, movies, or whatever you hear from people, you know, so you think that you need herbs and candles to cast a spell, you know, from what you see, like I said, in these things. That's like the Hollywood aspect or the more aesthetic aspect of witchcraft. But when you start like delving more into the culture, the spirituality, that's when you start realizing things more and more as time goes on.
Yeah, you like when you're already thinking and about, you know, what herbs you want to use and what candle you want to use and time of day and all this other stuff. You know, you're already set your intentions. You know, the spell work has already begun. But I do think that it's about balance, though. As far as Christianity, I felt like it was such an obligation, and here in this path, I feel like it's about a balance. You know, I don't have to do 12 spells a day in order to, you know, be legit. You know,
Can't quit.
and yeah, yeah,
Too legit to quit.
you know, but you know, it's more heart and soul. It is really more heart and soul.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Do you guys have questions for us?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question for Raven. So you were talking about how you've come to the path like recently and you came from a Christian faith. Do you still struggle with, I guess, your past faith? Like, do you still have that guilt, or like, do you ever worry about it? Because I find myself sometimes, like, every once in a while, if I'm scared, I fall back on like the whole like Jesus Christ protect me thing if I ever feel like in danger, and even though I know it doesn't work because I don't believe in it, it's still something I fall back on. So I wasn't sure if you do the same thing ever.
Like a little security blanket. I can tell you that in the beginning I did. We had a pretty abrupt breakup with the church, and I didn't understand exactly how it was. And I used to be a youth pastor, y'all. So I used to be like a youth leader, youth pastor, prayer warrior, street minister, no joke. I mean, it was a Christian artist. I mean, whole hog. I was whole hog, but I had done a lot of studies, taken some college courses, and through a few different classes, one being world civilization and world culture, or I learned that a lot of the foundation of what I grew up in believing was really a lie. It was a lie. And it's like, no, this didn't really happen, and this was set in place for control, and they took pagan holidays and made them this in order for, you know, and so as I started breaking that down, I actually became more and more angry, and I felt betrayed. I was mad. I'm just like, I have wasted how many years of my life, you know, doing this. And when I had my witchy tendencies, and I felt very connected to the earth, and I wanted to be doing this and this and this, and I would stop and do it, and then somebody would guilt me back into the church. That's what would happen. I'd be a witch for like 6 months, and somebody had to like come and save Yvonne because she was out of control. It's like, and so then I go back into the church, and I had to do all this Bible study and all this other stuff, which is really just brainwash. And then, you know, it kept me going for a few more years until I wanted to wander off again. And so once I made that disconnect, the guilt went away, but I had to like mourn my religion, so to speak. Like I had to bury it. I had to let it go. And that was hard. It probably took a solid 6 months, if not a year, to like really get to that point where I felt free. And I would say in this last year, I felt more alive and more honest with myself, and to like truly love myself in a capacity that I didn't know was, you know, that I thought possible. I think it's because I'm not trying to be anything that I'm not supposed to be anymore. Mm-hmm. It made the difference.
Yeah, Ellen and I, we thought we like unveiled the secrets of the universe the other night. I don't know if she wants to tell you guys about that, but even though we already knew, we started talking about like Christianity and like how we used to practice it, and then we were like, oh my God, like the Holy Trinity and the triple goddess, and then we were like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, it just took like I can't. Ella, you have to do it.
Well, yeah, that breakthrough was a little. I knew that Christianity was like something that I was just not for, because I left the church a while ago, mostly because I was going through a tough time, and I would always like, people would tell me, you know, pray to God and he'll take your problems, you know, and I was going through a really dark time, and I was praying and nothing was happening. I was not getting answers. I was getting worse. So I was like, you know what? He loves his children. All right, well, he obviously doesn't love me that much, so fuck that shit. I'm leaving. I'm out. Goodbye. So there was a time where I had like no faith, and then in like the middle
my daughter
there,
just went upstairs going like this, like. She used to be a Christian DJ on a local radio station.
oh my gosh,
When she was in high school, when she was her guys' age.
it's lit. I mean, like I was a pretty hardcore Christian. Like I used to go like
Now you're what? A heathen.
Oh, now she's a heathen, she says. I love you, my little heathen.
But I was like a hardcore Christian. Like I used to preach the word of the Lord in the lunchroom, and like be a fisherman, and like grab people and bring them to the faith. And then I was like, this whole thing is like a sham. And then like I found witchcraft, and then like Emily said the other night, we were actually watching As Above, So Below. I don't know if any of you have seen that movie. It's a horror movie, but in it has like in alchemy they use like this saying or whatever, as above, so below, as it is on earth, so it is in heaven, as you believe it, so it will be, or whatever. And apparently that was like the key to all magic. And we just like kind of had like this breakthrough, and we were like, oh my gosh, Christianity was created to stop people from like becoming self-aware and like ascending, I guess, to like control people. And they literally just took paganism and changed it around to what fit their needs. And I'm like, I can't.
Yeah. You know, I had learned, I forget which class this was, and this was a while ago. So, I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But this is what was taught to me, that even King James was not a very nice king. He actually was a pedophile and a rapist, and he wanted to earn favor with his subjects. So he funded the Bible to be translated for the people so that he would gain favor. It's just like, it's all been business. It's all been business. You know, the church wasn't getting the numbers they wanted in the winter, so they moved a pagan holiday, Yule, and slapped Jesus's birth, which happened in April sometime.
Yeah.
It's like, it's all to get us in that box, and it was a way to control, you know, the masses, you know, and the people were uneducated, and so they didn't know better. They didn't know better. And you couldn't ask, because if you asked, they killed you.
So I have 2 questions for you guys. I want to know if you guys are in the broom closet still.
I am not in any way. Like right when I first started, I kind of just told everyone, and everybody kind of was like, okay, whatever. You're like weird. Like you're gonna go in your imaginary world. So people kind of didn't believe it and stuff. So, but I mean, yeah, from the beginning, I told everyone like, yes, I'm doing this, and I'm like a witch. I even said like I was a witch before I kind of started like practicing a little bit. So then, yeah, I just told everyone, yeah, I haven't been in the broom closet to anyone. I just kind of, I wear like jewelry and tentacles and stuff, and yeah, I don't hide it.
Sweet.
That's awesome.
I don't think I'm necessarily in the broom closet because I'm fairly like open and proud to be a witch, but I feel like I keep parts of my practice in the broom closet, at least right now, because I haven't talked about it much, but I just found my patron, Anubis, and he's in the Egyptian pantheon, and I've been trying to learn more about the Egyptian pantheon in general, and learning more about the Morrigan right now as well. And I have a lot of people that are very singular and closed-minded in their thoughts because they work with similar deities. Like I haven't found anybody that works with Anubis, but like a lot of people work with the Morrigan, and I don't really want to reach out that much and ask because they'll tell me I'm wrong. So I guess I kind of keep that aspect in the broom closet.
I mean, it's always good to keep like what if you want to reach out, to keep what they say like into consideration. You know, just take it as like information, not necessarily to like validate your own experiences. Just in case you have similar things, you might be able just to relate. You know.
I was in the broom closet when I first started out because my parents are very, very, very Christian. So I was at first, but like, I mean, my parents don't have like the best relationship. So I think I actually, we got into an argument. I think I got into an argument with my mom because she had known that I was kind of like straying from the faith. I hadn't declared that I had left, but I had already left. And she's like, you know, I'm just worried about you not going to church. And I got really mad. And I was like, well, you know what, Mom? I'm a witch. And she was like, oh my God. So that was a little, so she's still like not okay. She's like, you can't worship in the house. You can't do spells in the house. You can't like have an altar set up, but I have one set up anyway. I worship in the house. I do spells in the house. I'm like, I am my own person. You cannot control me just because I am your child. So it's just, we get into arguments a lot.
You know, I had that conversation with my daughter, who I don't believe that, I think she's agnostic. She knows there's something, but doesn't know what it is, and you know, whatnot. And having watched her, I was still in the church, still forcing my husband to be in the church with me, socially. And then, she dropped this bomb on us. And at first I was just like, oh, I don't even know how to take this. I'm like, everybody pray for Rachel right now because blah, 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 like it was ridiculous. Mm-hmm. And then she sat me down and just sort of like had this talk with me and why, and, just sort of like really helped me understand where she was coming from. And I couldn't do anything but respect her for it. And so she actually helped me open my eyes. I don't know if she ever would know that, but I thank you. So it's like I got to learn from my kid, and I don't think that a whole lot of parents put themselves in that position because they're so determined to be right, that they forget that they are still learning themselves.
Absolutely. I don't know where Lord Night Raven went. And Ryan still hasn't responded.
Ryan.
Didn't he say he was going to a movie?
I'm gonna yell at him.
You're gonna yell at him?
Yeah.
Okay,
got
so
awkward silence.
Give him till he comes. Oh, there he is.
Ah, I see him.
I
saw a
saw
flash.
him. Okay. You're back. So it's your turn. Are you in the broom closet?
Yes and no. I mean, like, there are people who do know about my practice, but there are some people who I just really cannot trust about it, so I keep that secret from them. So, yes and no.
Okay. So my next question for you guys is kind of like a two-part question. What drew you to witchcraft, and when did you first realize that it was an actual thing?
Well, for me, what drew me to witchcraft, well, way when I was like a little kid, I would always like watching, like witchy movie TV shows and all that cool stuff. Like I was into that. And then one day I was just browsing through Netflix and I found this movie called The Last Keepers, and it's like this like witchy pagan movie. And I started watching it, and then in this one scene in the movie, they're like doing this ritual, like this harvest ritual, and then I don't know, something inside me just like clicked, and it's just like I don't know, it was really weird, but something inside just clicked, and like I just realized like this was out there. I need to go research it now. And once I started researching it, like that's sort of where I realized everything was just clicking in my head. It's a really weird thing, but that's like my little story. Try to make it short.
Okay. Sweet.
I've always been drawn to like the tendencies as a child. I just never knew the name for it. I never knew of it as witchcraft. I was always drawn to like the movies, like Hocus Pocus really like drew me in. I was like, I need to move to Salem. I need to go there right now. And I always loved crystals, but I think it really hit me when my friend got me into it before high school. He introduced me to it, and he was a druid at the time. And then I picked up a book on Wicca, and I read the whole thing front to back in like a day, and I read it over and over that whole summer. And I think it really hit me when I went out one morning, and the sun was like right about to rise. So it was still like, night, the stars were out, but I could see the sun rising. And I just started talking, and I started talking to the universe, and I started crying, and I was like, oh my God, like this is real. And then it just clicked, and I never looked back.
So I knew like witchcraft was a thing like long before I found the path, because I distinctly remember this conversation that I had with my mom, which is when I kind of first realized witchcraft was a thing. We were in the car and she saw someone that she used to know, and she saw that they had like a pentagram or a pentacle tattoo, and she was like, oh my gosh, she must be a witch. And I was like, what do you mean? Like witches are like real things? She's like, yeah, they call themselves Wiccan and they worship the devil and get their powers from demons. And I was oh gosh, that's scary. Like, oh my gosh. She's like, they made deals with the devil and get their powers from demons. And I'm like, oh gosh. So I knew witches were a thing, but like after that, I was kind of like learning more about it. And what finally like got me into like after I left Christianity, like I was kind of like up in the air, and I'm like, I knew like I believed in something. There was something out there, but I just didn't want it to be God. Like, I believe that, like, all these gods from mythology existed. It just depended on which ones you wanted to worship. And I was like, well, not the Christian faith. Nope. So I actually read this book called Night World, and it's by the same author who wrote The Vampire Diaries. And there was this one book, it's like the series is about like vampires and werewolves and witches and stuff. And the one of the books was about like these witches that were, it was some like fight or something, but like it went into detail like how they did their practice with like all the herbs and the tools and stuff. And I was like, oh, so this is like actually what witchcraft is. This is really cool. This is awesome. Like, this is something that I can see myself doing. So after that, I like got like witch books off of Amazon, and yeah, the rest is history, I guess.
Sweet.
I always knew that magic was like, I knew that there can't just be like, there's one God and he's the only power in the universe. I knew that there was more out there, but I was afraid to accept it because I was afraid that I would not be accepted for believing that. And then the way I came to it was I found a book in my library about the Salem witch trials, and I started talking about it with my family, and I was talking about witchcraft and stuff like that. And did you know your stuff? And my aunt does that. And the next time my aunt came, I was like, so do you really practice witchcraft? And she said yes, but she knew what I was thinking. She knew that because I came from a Christian background, how I would see it. So immediately after I asked her that and she said yes, she started explaining what it was and what it wasn't. And I was like, this is awesome. And it is. I mean,
absolutely.
The Catholic Church, or the Christian Church for that matter, tells you that the only power in the universe is God. And this tells you that you can actually make a difference in the world.
Yeah, but the power is within you.
Yeah, so that's my story.
Something that disturbed me also so much about the Christian church is that the Christian church itself was not Christ-like. You know, no matter how they tried, all they did was, you know, they judged, even though they said don't judge. It's like every single
They gather
rule.
once a week to judge.
Yeah, they gather once a week to judge. They line up. You know, I was actually in a church that said you will vote against gay marriage, you know, blah, 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 which is illegal to do. I mean, it's just like every time they turned around, it was about not what Christ was supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like if truly there was Christ and that was God, then he's got to be shaking his head on, you know, on the daily, because nobody's really lining up to serve him the way it was set out to be, you know? And that just, that saddened me, because it's like, well, if something was so based in love, why is it so rooted in hate?
Yeah, absolutely.
I brought up a conversation with one of my friends about paganism and the ancient like Celtic pagans. And she said that the ancient Celtic pagans were Satan worshippers. They slaughtered people in sacrifice. And I said, did you know that the Christians slaughtered lambs and doves in tribute to their, and they would go from village to village to village trying to convert people, and if they didn't convert, they would kill them.
Yeah, that's how it was.
Yeah, I remember going to this metaphysical shop when I was first getting into my path, asking them for, you know, things like that. And so it's all about the hate, right, towards witchcraft as being, you know, devil worshipping and, you know, all that bad stuff. Anyways, she goes, well, if you actually did your research and looked through history, go through and see how many witches actually killed people as opposed to how many people Christians killed. You know what I mean? And it's like, there you go. You know what I mean? Salem witch trials being like a big one for that. For me, answering the question, so I asked them what drew them to the craft, and also when did they realize that it was an actual thing. So for me, I've started questioning my being Christian, Catholic, whatever at a young age. I didn't understand it, especially, okay, so I started off as Catholic, so, Catholic is very structured, you have to do things a certain way, you have to learn the prayers and all that stuff, you have to go to, like, catechism and all that stuff, so,
yeah, I did all that.
yeah, so I didn't understand why I had to do it, like, it's different, it felt different from school, like, school, you see all these kids doing it, but in catechism, you had, like, not even half the kids in there, and so it's, like, it felt different to me, you know what I mean, it felt really different, so, doing that, I was like, why am I doing this? Then it was never really explained. It was just like, you have to do it. It's part of this culture. Then when I started, advancing in like elementary school, we started learning about like the Greek myths and like the Greek gods and stuff like that. So
Jackson.
When I learned about the Greek gods, like there's, the god of the sea and god of the underworld, god of the sky, and I'm like, there's different gods, and that's when it like first clicked for me. And then later on when I found, at that point, at a young age, I was like, I was super into anything with superpowers. It didn't have to just be witchy or supernatural. It would be like, comic book heroes and all that stuff. So I was always been into like superheroes, superpowers, magic and stuff like that. All the witchy movies, all the TV shows, all the cartoons and all that stuff.
Superman.
Yeah. And so when I hit, my story started at the library. I went to the library one day and somebody was looking up witchcraft.
Oh.
Yeah, in the computer. That's back when we had like those. We don't like the computers they have now are totally high tech. The ones they had before was like right after they came out with those little cards you have to look through. They had just converted all those little. They had just converted those into like one of those old style computers, And so on the computer that I got on, it was it was somebody was searching witchcraft, so I was like, what? So I was nosy and I went to that section. That's when I started finding those books, and I picked a couple out, and I knew I couldn't take them home, so I hid them in a different section in a part of the library, and I would go back to them, whenever I would go back, and then one day they were gone, and I'm like, oh crap, and I went back to the section I found them from, and they were gone too, so I'm like, either somebody found my stash, or I'm not supposed to be doing this anymore. And so I found a different book, and I was looking at that one, and then some kid comes up to me and was like, are you looking for these? And I lied, and I was like, no. And he's like, I think you are, I've seen you come in here, and you go for these books. And he kind of used it as like an icebreaker to talk to me. I was terrified because, for one, he's a year older than me, and because he caught me in the line, obviously, so I'm like, man, So we became really good friends. We started practicing together, and then he brought over his twin sister to come practice with us too. I go more into detail with the story on my channel, but just to give like a brief overview of the whole thing. But yeah, so me being drawn to the craft, it was all these different things, and over time, and then realizing it was an actual thing was that incident at the library. It was fate for me to learn about it. That's what I feel about it. And just pure nosiness.
That's pretty cool, though.
Yeah.
That's a good story.
Uh-huh.
Dude.
Yeah.
We're all mellow.
So tired,
We're all
yeah.
like mellow. He's so mellow. Okay, any other questions you have for us?
Do you guys have any other struggles that are relatable to each other?
Oh my god, money.
Money. And see, everybody's raised that. That's what I was waiting for. Everybody to go with this. Money is a big one, absolutely. Also, the restriction on location, like how Silver was saying earlier. You can only practice in your space, hidden. If you're in the broom closet, you can't really go anywhere without permission. And I'm pretty sure your parents aren't going to let you go to the woods somewhere or to a beach, a secluded area by yourself. So it was really hard for me. When I was a teen, I would practice at the library. You what?
I'm in the woods right now.
I know you are, dude. He's always in the woods, yeah. For me, I used to practice at the library where I used to go study. There was it wasn't an actual park, but there was a lot of grassy area, and then there was this little hill that had a bunch of ivy. So there was this little hidden spot behind it and that's where we would practice behind that little spot. So I would go to the library all the time to go study and practice. How about you, SquWitchy?
Wait, what was the question again? I'm like lost on like what's the topic.
We're going back to witchy struggles, like any relatable witchy struggles.
Oh,
Teen witchy struggles.
yeah, the thing for me is money. Like I don't have a job, so I can't like, and also, yeah, it's just buying things I want and like transportation, like taking me to places where like the store, to buy some herbs and anything which I can sort of find in my town at all. But yeah, just money, transportation, and like being able to go places like, yeah, that's kind of like my main things is not having money and not being able to go where I want to go because not having a car and all that type of stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of like now.
This is like in all age groups, but I feel like it's more in like the younger generation. Superiority. Have you guys ever felt that? Like other people acting like they're, they know more than you, they're more powerful than you, and things like that.
Yes.
Every damn day. Oh.
See, and I feel like it's worse for you guys because of all the social media. If you guys do have witchy accounts and stuff like that. When I first found my path again at 23, I still was in the old mindset of going to the library to go look in the books. I mean, I had a smartphone. Smartphones were invented in 2018, but I still had that old mentality, like, let's go back to the library to rekindle that spark where you originally found it. When I went back to the library, I was literally so depressed because what was this whole shelf full of witchcraft books was only one little row of books now. Like, they just disappeared over the years, And then it hit me like, okay, I have all these resources in my phone. I can go on the internet and look at all this stuff, Google whatever I want. Then it hit me again. I was like, well, hey, there's social media now. I can find other witches on Instagram and like talk to them and ask them how they practice and ask them for advice and recommendations. And that was like one of the biggest mistakes I ever made because you got a lot of that. You got a lot of that. I know more than you. They laugh at you, things like that, So at one point I was just like, you know what? Like, I don't need them. You know what I mean? I can learn on my own. And that's how my Instagram started. I started posting, my information that I was learning. And then people would come to me. And now, after time, they're like coming to me like if I'm some sort of like know-it-all and they want to learn and they want me to teach them like privately. And I'm like, no, I'm still learning just like you.
Yeah, I feel like that's one reason why I choose to learn more about my practice or my deities through intuition, because I find it so difficult to find, like, I don't want to say accurate information, but information that I can apply to my practice online without having to go and ask other people. And then if it kind of backfires when I ask someone, that's typically why I work more intuitively, except for like the history aspect, because I feel like that makes it more individual for you. So.
I feel like one of my biggest struggles, I guess, as a witch is just like lack of experience. Like half the time I won't know what to do or how to do something, and like I just wish I did know, or like I had the experience already, like I'd been a witch for like so long, so I just knew what to do. So I hate like when there's just times when I don't know what to do and I'm like, how do I figure this out?
Mm-hmm. I found that I started off doing things where I thought that I was doing it the right way, and then it sort of adapted, over the year or two, that, what I used to do doesn't work for me anymore. It's like I changed somewhere in my mindset. I changed, and so what I used to try to do was sort of like basic, and now it's like more intuitive, I guess. More intuitive.
Yeah.
It's like I really very much an eclectic, intuitive witch.
Yeah, same.
And that feels better.
Yeah, like I was just telling her the other day, my practice is really heart-centered. I spent so much time studying and researching. I have my foundation already. And now that I have this platform now, I'm just, intuitively walking my path. You know what I mean? I mean, if something catches my eye, I'll research the heck out of it.
Yeah.
But as of right now, I haven't touched a book in forever. So,
yeah, I brought out books for us to like chat about and all sort of stuff, and they're now like props for the laptop.
Yeah.
And all kinds of stuff. We haven't even messed with them. We're just kind of like, I don't know, okay.
So do you feel that superiority, Lord Night Raven, at all?
Excuse me.
Sort of. I mean, it's a fact. You're going to come across other witches who think that they're better than you in every way, shape, and form. It's just going to happen eventually. There's no denying it.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the struggles that I would say I had was communication about it, because the only people that I knew when I first started that practiced the craft were in other places all around the country. So I had no way to talk with them. And most of my family has no idea that this even existed or even believed in it. So I couldn't talk to them. And the only way that I had to learn about it was the internet. And, you know, it's not really the same. They don't go into depth as much as what you should do in a certain type of situation. So,
well, it's also from a personal aspect. So you're like, well, where did this person get that information? You know.
And you have every right to
Stop
question
questioning
that.
it. Yeah, questioning that.
You have every right to question it. You know.
You should.
Yeah.
Unless it's Joey Morris, and then you know what? Just listen.
I just listen.
Just listen. That woman, she knows so much.
Yeah.
She was blowing my mind. Who was it? B? Was it B that stumped her this morning?
Yeah.
It was awesome.
We're like, what?
We're like, what? B asked a question, and Joey's like, I don't really know about that. I'm like, oh, drop the mic. Drop the mic. That was amazing. So now Joey is probably researching it right now, and she's going to come out with a video tomorrow about, you know, how awesome this is and that. And I'm like, oh, this woman, she's incredible. Her amount of energy that she, and, you know, and determination she has is amazing. It's something that I think I would like to strive for, you know, just her time management with things and the dedication she puts forth. It's amazing.
Yeah. So, to go with, you know, how she was talking about, when you're researching things and like you question it, right? I've come to a point where I feel like I learn new things just to find out the concept of it, because it's all, like I said, you know, your witchcraft is of the mind. So if you understand the concept, like how it works, and you can use it in any way you want. You know, there's no right way to do something. You know, people will do one thing in so many different ways, and you just click with one or the other, or you just tweak it and make it your own kind of thing. So I do, when I learn something new, like not magic. I was learning not magic a while back. As an example, you know, I learned the concept. I know what like the main purpose of it. Now I know how to use it in my own way. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Because there are people out there who will go by the book, they'll do exactly what the book says, and that's just how they, you know, work it into their practice. Which is completely fine. You know, like how I was talking about the other day, properties and correspondence and stuff like that. It's totally cool to go by the books and use correspondences to the T. But I just feel that everything is like general energy and everything. You know what I mean? You can use it any way you want, but we give those things, those properties, we put those purposes in those things when we incorporate them into spell work and things like that. Yeah, I'm going to have to stop here, cut it short, because we're running out of time. So we'll wrap this up. And if you guys want to say your thank yous and goodbyes, so you can bring in the next set of people.
I guess I'll say thank you. I mean, I didn't talk very much. I'm like really awkward and really quiet.
It went by so fast. No, you're good. It went by so quickly. Thank you for volunteering first. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. This is great. You guys did this like amazing. Oh my god, my bird. Oh my god, my bird. Oh my god. The next person can go. My bird's just on like a squawking rampage.
Okay, so thank you to everyone in the chat who's been sticking around, and thank you guys for coming up with this. I feel like it's really like bringing life back to a lot of people's practices in general, because there's so much information that's being thrown together in all of these videos. So it's definitely like been helping me a lot, I know. So thank you guys for that.
You're welcome.
You're absolutely welcome.
You're welcome. We're weirdos.
Well, thank you to everyone in the chat who's stayed to watch this. I don't know if any of you have actually watched the whole 24 hours or almost 24 hours now. That's pretty crazy, but also thank you guys for like actually doing this and inviting like me on and having like me and Emily on here to talk and stuff. Like it's really awesome. Like I think it's really cool that like you're doing this and like sharing this information and like letting witches have a voice, you know.
I think it's important that we don't just hear from the same people over and over again. I think that there's a lot of us that have wanted to talk with each other but never had the forum or the guts to do so. So leave it to me. I'm gonna push it. I want to try to make it happen.
I just want to say thank you to everyone in the chat and everyone who is talking on the video right now. Thank you for doing this 24-hour challenge because I loved it. I mean, I love being able to hear about other witches' perspectives and other ideas on magic. So I really enjoyed this, and thank you for inviting me on.
Absolutely, you're welcome. So I want to say that I am proud on each of every one of you here. I want to thank you guys for making your channels and expressing your practices and your, sharing your experiences with the world. It really does mean a lot to not only us but everybody in this community and anybody who watches, because as teen witches, you guys help other teen witches to relate a lot better because you guys are on the same level with them. They can listen to adults like us all day long, but they want somebody to relate better to. So I thank you guys for coming on YouTube for that. So yeah.
That's awesome.
We're going to let you guys go now so we can bring on the next set of people. So you guys have enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you in the chat.
All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you for talking.
Bye.
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 All right, we have Athena Beth Black and Madame Luna. So let's go ahead and hit them up. Did you have a group chat for them already?
They should be in here. Those two should be in here somewhere. We're still live, right?
I'll just make one real quick.
Yeah.
We'll just open it if it's already open too.
Yeah.
Athena and Madame Luna, we need your email, so I'm going to hit you up on Facebook Messenger so you can give me your Gmails, please.
Are they both on their phones? Is that what's happening here?
Maybe.
Maybe. What's up, babe?
Oh, she doesn't have it?
Who? Who what?
Madame Luna?
She does, but...
Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
Okay. That's with one L. Madame Luna and okay, there's Madame Luna's. Athena Beth Black, we need your Gmail, please. Madame Luna, I sent you the invite already. Let me know if you got it, please.
Let me know.
Yeah, we're going to be live until we're done tonight.
There's no more breaks.
There she is.
Luna Lovegood. I see her little sunshiny.
Where's the Twizzlers?
There she is.
Hello.
Where's the Doritos? Where's the Twizzlers?
Twizzlers.
Yeah.
It is my fault, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Now we want to eat worms with you, pepperoni rolls, Twizzlers and Doritos.
I have the pepperoni
Oh,
rolls.
she
I
has
never
pepperoni rolls.
I forgot to tell you.
Listen,
about
what
that.
are y'all gonna do when I send a box here in like a week and you open it up and it's cram packed with all these snacks?
We're gonna pig out.
We're gonna eat it.
We'll do an
might-
unboxing eating video for you.
Yeah.
I may or may not have been
What is it?
stockpiling. I'm just
What's that kind of video?
Are
where
you trying to
eat?
tell us that's the next subscription box?
I mean, listen, I realized this morning because I was sitting and I was watching the chat with the whole Hagstone hair basket situation. And I'm like, man, I really feel like I wish I would have like prepared better and sent something like we should have sent you guys like props or something for like each hour, like things to be unveiled throughout the chat. There's so much, like, I definitely think that this may need to occur again in the future because
Not it.
Yes.
possibilities are endless.
I volunteer you, Pikachu.
Yeah, I want to do this.
Absolutely.
You know what I wanted to do before we did this? I told her, I was like, you know, in weddings, how the bride takes the bouquet and throws it back, and the next person who catches is gonna get married. I said we're gonna take a sage stick and throw it back, and whoever catches it has to do the next 24-hour.
We just had all these people
Yeah.
here. We let them go.
Yeah.
You better pitch it. It's got to reach into the hills of West Virginia now.
Well, we're just gonna put all your guys' name in a hat and pull one out.
And I was like, just throw the sage at the hat.
Yeah. Athena, I sent you the invite. If you didn't get it, let me know, please. Seriously, I always have to look it up.
I'm drinking warm Red Bull. I got it when I left work, and I've been like sissy drinking it, and it's just,
Eek.
it's no good.
Híjole, I say.
Híjole.
Híjole.
So you guys didn't do your face mask.
Yeah.
I kind of couldn't do it with a straight face after last night.
Well, and not only that,
Yeah.
but I've thought about like doing the video on just like that European clay mask, but doing a video about a face mask is difficult. Like that's not an easy process to capture.
I am so down to do a live video with you of a facial in the future.
Gosh, it'll be really
Like, we could do
hard,
it.
but
I want to do like one of those matcha green tea ones. That one looks really good.
well, the one that I have is green, so we would match.
Yeah, sweet.
I've got a green one, but I think it's the sea witch one.
Is it?
Yeah, I've got a sea witch mask.
We got a new video
Can't you
idea.
tell?
Oh man. Oh, and how perfect green-faced witches. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
how has it not hit us before?
Yeah, Athena, are you using your computer or your phone?
Did we get it? Did you get it? I don't know why, but I have Sia stuck in my mind.
Sia?
Yeah. Till I
Oh,
hit the dance floor, hit the dance floor. I got
Brilliant.
all I need.
Ooh.
Ain't got cash. But I have a bed here shortly. I'm finding myself in those last like 3 chats, just kind of staring at the stairs, going, my bed is up there.
I mean, I figure it is just getting harder
Right up there.
as the chat lengthens. But I mean, you guys you're fitting it through. You're toughing it out. And I applaud.
So tired. I have been up. It's like 30. I think we're almost at 40 hours at this point.
That's a work week.
37 hours straight.
I mean, I know I woke up this morning. Well, when I went to bed last night, y'all were chatting. And then I woke up and you were chatting. And I watched you while I got ready. And then I went to work and then I snuck away into the silverware closet where we roll silverware. And then I brought it up and y'all were chatting. And then I had to leave again and then I get home. And it was just, I really enjoyed like every little minute I'd be like, oh, well, I'm just going to go see. Like watch for a few minutes.
All the madness that happened? Did you see all the madness that happened and all these ladies that descended in on my house?
Yes, I did. And I was like, are you kidding?
You should have seen his face. You should have seen his face. He was like,
I died. I was like tired already, and then I'm like, no, they're not here. I mean, I knew Trina was coming, but I didn't know that the other ones were coming.
I just thought it was really cute because there for a minute, like everyone there disappeared off of camera and you could just hear like laughter and happiness. And I was like, I can just imagine the hugs that are happening.
we're all over there. We're all like, shut up, man. Trying to chat here.
So much excitement.
It They're so funny. Oh my God, they're so funny.
It's really cool though. That's what I thought was so cool about this whole chat thing, is because it's like literally you guys having on so many different people, like just one after the other. I see Athena back.
Finally.
And according to the Llewellyn's Witches Date Book 2017, today, Saturday, the 1st, the color is black. So Miss Athena Beth Black, you done good and didn't even know it.
Yesterday was white. Yesterday was white, wasn't it? What day was this? Yes. I had to put on a scarf.
It was white.
Put on a scarf yesterday.
How are you, ladies?
Doing good. Doing good.
Happy to be here.
So glad you're still conscious.
Well, seeing you, I just feel so much better because I'm like, that means I'm almost done.
We're almost done.
Yeah. So how did you guys feel when you seen Ember with us?
I was at work.
I'm so sorry. You have to go back and rewatch that.
You know.
Let's spoil it for you. Sorry.
No, it was awesome. I didn't know she was going to be on there, and I've just been popping in and out today. And I turned it on, and she was there.
We've been plotting and planning and plotting and planning. I mean, honestly, I was this close to extending. I was going to try to hunt down Tiptoe Chick. I'm like, look, I've never talked to you, girl.
Man.
If I would have gotten Tiptoe Chick, I'm done. I don't have to do YouTube nothing. YouTube nothing again. Probably would have.
Yeah, she's really nice.
Next year, that's our goal. Tiptoe, if you're listening, we want you.
And Kellyanne, she was in here too.
Mm-hmm.
Kellyanne Maddox.
Let's go big, guys. Let's get the Sanderson sisters too. Why not?
I don't know who that is.
What?
The
It took me a minute to process because I'm so tired.
We are so tired. And we really apologize. Like it's hard to like collect a sentence, and it's like it feels like it goes like in like a little board, and then it says nope, I give up, and it goes right back. It goes right back. I'm like nope. Sentences no.
I did that. I did that every week, every Friday night for a year. I would get up about 4:30 and get to bed about 5 a.m. the next day.
Oh.
I was teaching school and bartending. So.
Yuck.
What a mix.
Yeah. Not fun, but it made money.
Yeah, it does. Mm-hmm.
Well, and I feel like a bartender would be useful for a teacher at times. I feel like that's a very trying job.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Am I echoing on your end?
That's a rough job. That's rough. Cocktail waitresses, bar backs, that whole industry is just, it wreaks havoc on a person's body. I mean, it is rough. That's rough stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was fun, but I never want to do it again.
Experiencing that many different moods, I think, is what's crazy. Because, like, you go to one person and they're happy because they just got engaged and everything's great. And then this next person's really upset because everything's horrible for them. And then this next family's arguing and he's really nice to you, but she's really mad at you because he's being really nice to you. And it's like, how do I be? You want more Pepsi?
Or they show up and they're very nice, and then a few drinks in, they start calling you every name in the world because you cut them off. That's fun.
No, not fun.
Or you're like me, the world's worst waitress in the world, and I said that twice. And and I dumped a margarita down this poor guy's back. And luckily, I was cute and a size 6 at the time, and flirted with him and got a date and didn't get fired. I mean,
wow, you were a witch back then.
I was a witch back then.
Yeah, that was some witchcraft right there. That was some charming.
I cut a man off once and was told that he was going to go get a chainsaw out of his vehicle and saw the bar in half. And I'm like, whatever. And I tell my manager, because, this is like a threat that I'm like, I don't know how this is going to go. So I say, hey, this guy says he's going to go get a chainsaw. And she's like, okay, haha. Dude goes out, comes in with the chainsaw. Now, it's not on or anything. He's just carrying a chainsaw. And I'm like, freak out. So I go hide in the cooler. Come to find out, it was like an electric one would have had to have been plugged in, you know, no situation whatsoever, but still created a panic. Like, you don't want a chainsaw in a bar. Athena apparently didn't want any part of the chainsaw.
Oh man. Man. That why? Oh,
Because I cut him off.
That's
He wanted
crazy.
more, and clearly, if you're willing to cut a bar in half, I don't think you need more. But
there she is again.
Sorry. I tried to fix the echo and it worked. So.
Echo, echo, echo.
Echo means at least I can communicate with you. So.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Well, how are you
Where did
guys
Noah
doing
go?
tonight? What was your favorite part of the chat so far?
The beach.
yes,
I
the
love
beach. Living vicariously through his.
I have to go back and listen to that song and write down those lyrics. That was amazing.
Well, and like the hair flip, it's just, I don't know what it is about the way, like there's so much joy in it. And I've had this hair for my life, forever. I've always had long hair, and I just cannot express that amount of joy with my hair. I don't know how he does it.
Nathan, though, he's just so joyous. He's just a bright light. He's what he is.
A little joy bubble.
He is a joy bubble.
Are we talking about the Fire Lord, aka Hagstone Hunter?
Yeah.
Hagstone Hunter.
That was awesome.
That was really
My
great.
favorite part was when he took off for the run, but it was already with his rock. The rocks were in his back. He was going to lose his drawers.
I kept thinking about other people on the beach, and if they were like, what is that guy over there doing? Like running around in circles, flailing his hair, talking to his phone. But
I asked him that. I said, is anybody there? He goes, oh, this is the old woman walking her dog.
Have her take a picture of you twirling.
Yeah.
It was such a good sport. It was
Yeah.
awesome. It was awesome.
I love the voices he does. He's got the funniest voices.
Oh my God. I about fell out of my car. We were voice chatting, and it was after he uploaded his lip sync video and called all the cougars off the mountain, and he was just like, he's like, girl, do I need to like take my video down? I'm like, no, you're awesome. Leave your video up. And he's just like, ooh, girl. He's like, I just went to the cabin and ooh. He was like, I opened up this lady had parked next to me, and she didn't understand why I was laughing so hard. I was trying to explain it to her, and I'm like, have a good day. I said nothing. He's awesome. He's just so awesome. Well, congratulations, lip sync.
Oh,
fabulous.
That was a shock, especially when I saw like just so many other, just amazing ones. And I totally liked Alex's. And when I saw his, I was like, oh man, that's.
I went back and watched Hocus Pocus, at least that scene. Yeah. He had every move down. Yeah, the exact same move. Like even the da-da-da-da. Like that is exactly what she did. There's how to say. Da-da-da-da. Oh my God.
His homework.
Woo!
Wow. See, I didn't even have to watch it to know that he did that. I watched it so much as a kid.
All right, Thackeray Binks.
Yeah, Thackeray.
Right,
you guys know that? Did you guys know that his name is Thackeray with a TH?
Thackeray?
Yeah.
Thackeray.
Did you know that? No.
Whose name is Thackeray? Whose name? Alex?
In the beginning when the witches take the little girl and the older brother turns to a cat, right?
Binks.
I saw that movie once back when it came out. So I really
That's who I was talking about. Those Anderson sisters.
Okay, that's who you're talking about.
From
so the boy's name is Thackeray, TH.
Not Zachary.
But my entire childhood, his name was Zachary. And I'm like, what? It's not Zachary. It's Thackeray. And so random didn't believe me.
You know what? I didn't believe you about those damn cookies either until I went to Bakery Lorraine. I said, how do you say these cookies?
Macarons, right? I told you.
They're macarons, and I've been calling them macaroons.
No, macaroons.
I call them
are
macaroons.
coconut cookies.
No.
I just think
I
it's
was
really
like,
cute that you.
I baked them.
And
I
I'm
know what
just
they're
like,
called.
no. I said, you're not going to tell me after how many years? And I went to the bakery, and I'm like, wait, what do you call these things? And she's like, macarons. And I'm like,
She's like, damn it.
I'm like,
I don't think in the South. It's macaroons in the South. And also, I've noticed you saying bergamot. I've never heard that. I've always heard bergamot. So,
yeah, I've always heard bergamot.
All day when you've said it, I've said bergamot. So, I guess that's the fancy French.
I think, I think Ember says that in one of her videos, and I was cracking up. She's like, it depends on where you are. It's either bergamot or bergamot.
Yeah.
I love this chick.
Depends on where you are.
Mm-hmm. Bergamot. Tomato. Potato.
I was reading what Green said. I've always felt crazy explaining the difference between macaroons and French macaron. Yeah.
What is that? Strange Creatures or what is it? I think it's Strange Creatures. They say macaroons in there when they're holding that damn cookie.
Well, there's one that's like just a plain like cookie with like coconut or something in it.
That's a macaroon.
That's a macaroon. And then macaron is like the one
pretty
with
patty one. Like SpongeBob, the pretty patty? That's the macaron.
And the inside, like the really fluffy part, is called feet.
With colored Krabby Patties. Yeah, they look like pretty patties. So yeah.
Pretty patties.
Right?
Pretty, I remember. Oh, nostalgia.
They look like pretty patties, right? Yeah, they look like pretty. I'll show you what pretty patty looks like.
I gotta see this pretty patty.
So are we gonna?
They were all crabby.
Are we having a good time, or do you want to talk about
magicians?
Earth Day.
Ooh, we'll do magicians and then Earth Day.
Okay.
Okay, who's your favorite character?
Elliot.
I like Quinn. Well, Quinn, I think she looks a little bit like my second husband, but no, I don't. What's her name?
Pretty patty.
I do look like him. Yeah.
Elliot and the other one, Bambi.
Pretty patty.
Yeah. I like the combination of Elliot and Margot. I think the two of them together are just a force to be reckoned with. I think they're awesome.
Yes. I feel so sorry for Elliot's wife, though. Every time I watch it, she makes me sad.
Oh, especially after this last episode.
Yeah.
After this last episode, have you caught up?
Oh yeah, I'm on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you watching this, Luna?
I think Elliot's a butthole.
What?
I'm kidding. April Fools. I've never seen it.
April Fools. You almost touched my spirit.
No, I was like, I have to April Fools them somehow through this chat, and I was waiting for the perfect time.
All right,
literally. So the one time when I didn't have any clue what we're talking about, I sprung.
Y'all are in cahoots with each other. I see you. We're so tired. You're taking advantage of us.
You know what? It reminds me of, what was it, like 2 a.m., 3 a.m.? My husband's like, kind of like, rah, rah, rah. And I'm just like, I look at him at one point, I'm just like, really? You want to mess with me now? It's like, this is your choice? This is really? Now is when you choose?
Of all time.
Now, I'm like, I got no fight left, man.
So what is Magicians? What is it? I don't know.
You've never watched?
No.
The whole first season is on Netflix, Magicians. It's like Hogwarts for adults. So it's like graduate school, magic school.
It's based on a book series.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had no.
It's like Hogwarts with a lot of sex and bad words, F words.
Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's on
my little one's still
Sci-Fi.
up, so I have to be careful.
It's on Sci-Fi, but I can't wait to like get the box set or whatever so I can hear all the like non-bleeped out stuff, because I'm just like, well, clearly I know what they're saying, but it's like bleep, bleep, bleep. I'm like, what? Ugh, just say it already.
What if there's an important part of the storyline in there?
Well,
Well, The magicians, they it's not a witchy show, but it is about magic, and they do cast spells, but with hand gestures and mudras. They call it tutting, and so
I've got like, what is it? This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that one down.
oh man, you're gonna blow up your phone.
I'm gonna blow up my phone.
Yeah, so it's really interesting how they use their hands, and I think Athena was telling me that it's like shunned if you use a wand, like in the book.
Yes.
So they use their hands, and so there's this one character in the storyline that uses a wand. They look at him like, "Ew, a wand," you know what I mean? So it's pretty interesting.
That is neat.
Yeah, it's good. I love it. I watch every episode like 4 times.
She is a
Oh,
diehard
wow,
fan.
you're a diehard fan.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're like me and the Potter. Mm-hmm.
I've started. So I incorporate like sign language into my craft. I'm getting so tired already. Hand gestures and stuff like that. So I started like down with tutting, and it works. Like you can feel the vibration and the energy, and like in my wrist and in my hand. It's so cool. I was telling Athena, I was like, Athena, like, and she's like, oh yeah,
What do you
tutting, like in the magicians.
Oh.
Incorporating that with
my. I know, I'm like slurring right now. We're not drunk, we're tired.
I think it's really cool when you find something like somewhere that you don't expect like that, and it really resonates with you. Like, I can't remember where I initially had heard about when grounding, like imagining the roots coming out of like from, and that like, you can feel that, you know what I mean? And that's so cool to like find something and hear something, or like take an idea, or like hear an idea or a suggestion from somewhere else, and you'd be like, oh, okay. And you try it on and it works, and you feel that energy, and you're like, oh, what? Like that's such a cool moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you want to talk green stuff?
Talk the Earth Day?
Earth Day.
Yeah.
What is it? April 22nd this year?
Every year. Yep.
Every year. It's the same day every year, huh?
It is my second favorite holiday.
Yeah.
After, Halloween. Yeah.
I have recently like underwent the change of trying to do the more natural thing, and it's something that I've recently gotten more into, and that's really cool that you've made it such a big deal. I think it needs to be a bigger deal. I remember hearing about it in school, and then that was kind of it. Like, you don't really hear about it as an adult anywhere, and I think there needs to be more, because we're really more in control of it than school kids.
Oh yeah. Although in my classroom, I give them a very hard time. If they bring in their little snacks in a Ziploc and they start to throw it away, I'm like, no, you can reuse that. And
that's cool though.
And then they're so used to me doing that now I can joke with them and say, why do you hate the earth? And then I'm like, just kidding. Seriously though, you're not throwing it.
And I mean, they are the future too. So they are going to grow up to be those adults, and they better be recycling that plastic.
Like 10 to 11 years ago, back when Oprah was still on, she had an episode about the garbage patch in the Pacific Ocean. And if you go back and watch that, she featured a lot of green items, and I bought some reusable bags and stuff there. They've lasted me 10 years, and they're still in perfect condition. And I think 10 years of never taking like the plastic bag, I just think, it's such an easy fix. Once you get used to it, it's so easy to not take those plastic bags.
Yeah, in Washington, there's no plastic bags, there's no paper bags. You have to have your reusable bags. They will not bag your groceries in anything else. It's outlawed.
Good.
At the store
I wish they would do that
everywhere. Herbs at, they ask you if you want a bag, and if you say no and you carry everything, they give you a little wooden token. And then when you go to walk out the door, there's 4 little jars, and one's for the Humane Society, one's for the veterans, and like I always personally, I say save the puppies, and I give it to the puppies every single time. But you vote with your token, and then at the end of each month, whichever one wins, they donate money to that charity, which the man that owns that is like really heavily involved in doing things for the community anyways, which I think is great, because when people with that kind of message are heavily involved, that kind of spreads it more like, hey, don't use paper bags. Like, try to be a little bit more resourceful, because just like with the trash in the ocean, the reef, the Great Barrier Reef is mainly kaput. And I remember being in school, that was one of the coolest pictures in the books whenever you would flip through, and it's just vibrant and all of these colors and all of this life. And get it, girl, man, that makes me so happy. You just made my heart smile. What you think? It's intense, huh?
I got it on Amazon. I got my tooth powder. It was a 2-pack.
Yeah.
My 2-pack for sure.
Have you used it?
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, smell it. It's very minty.
I have a friend who brushes their teeth with baking soda and peroxide.
That's
basically what that is. Yeah. And Raven, when you use it and you put it on your toothbrush, don't breathe in, because if you inhale that,
I learned the hard way. I'm just like, that is mint in my sinuses. I'm like, oh my god, I'm awake. I am awake.
It is intense, but it's cool too, because it's like the baking soda and everything is neutralizing, so it neutralizes those mouth acids and like things that sit in there and the yuck. So when you wake up with rank morning breath, as soon as you get that swipe through, like, you are good. I love it. I cannot preach the benefits of natural products enough. I'm so happy that you have tooth powder.
I have tooth powder because of you.
That's awesome.
My husband went up and he's like, where's the toothpaste? I said, babe, it's in the little white bottle. And he's like, where's the toothpaste? I'm like, the white bottle. He's like, this thing? What am I supposed to do with this? He's like, do I like mix it myself? And I'm like, listen here.
And it doesn't look like much. You're like, this isn't going to last me very long, but
it's wonderful for travel. It's wonderful for travel. You know why? Because it's the same thing as a damn lotion bar. It's a solid, so it doesn't count as, you know, as your fluid ounces or any of the other stuff. It's awesome. So this 200 brushes.
You know my favorite thing about tooth powder? Goodbye, nasty, sticky, gross toothpaste lids.
And all over your sink and all that, yeah.
I loved having a clean mouth, but toothpaste just made me feel some type of way. Like the next day when it's still in there and it's like, I remember you from yesterday. That's not a good time.
Well, especially when Colgate gets recalled. Colgate gets recalled for mouth cancer. You're like, hello. That's
with
where I put it.
Spit it on the side. There's baking soda in it. You're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Cleaning your mouth, cleaning your sink. Boom.
Yep. Just scrub it around.
Well, you can dump coffee grinds on your garden, on your plants and stuff. I guess they love that.
Or use it as a scrub.
Yeah. Maybe we should put coffee on our faces for like the follow-up to the green-faced witch.
Oh, we can.
Coffee-faced witch.
I've got that caffeinated gel.
Oh yeah, I remember being so like curious about that, because I feel like
out at 3 a.m.
I don't know. I want to do this this avocado facial. It's avocado, plain yogurt, and honey.
I would eat it.
So exactly. So like the extra, you just have tortilla chips, right? Yeah. That's actually how you're supposed to take it off. You don't wash it off, you just get the tortilla chips and, you know. I'm sorry, guys. We're so
tired.
You have to put the mask on for 30 minutes and put your head in the freezer so it stays cold. then you get shredded cheese and you put
It's all in the
Why don't you do cooking segments, Noah? This is
I have to sit for 24 hours before I have a brilliant idea like this.
Oh my goodness. Has your coffee pot scared you again? That was awesome. When the coffee pot I went back and watched that a couple times.
I was like looking at it, what is that?
Did you see us looking around? We're trying to figure it out.
We heard so many things. We even heard like a bird at 1 a.m. We're like, what the heck?
You're like, look how crazy bird is out there.
Crazy bird.
And then there was a
I had to watch
possum,
that
and
a
my
few
cat
times.
wanted to go outside. We're like, you're not going outside. There's a big old possum out there. It will eat you. Oh. And then we get on with the Australians, and they play us the most haunting bird I've ever heard.
Curlew was, oh no.
Curlew, if you look up that curlew on
YouTube,
That huge face, yeah.
it is scary sounding. That is the scariest sounding, soul-sucking bird I've heard in my life.
And she was telling us that she heard the curlews in the graveyard. I was like, oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. I learned so much stuff in this 24 hours.
So
I really have. I've learned all kinds of things.
What
That's
is
not it.
This isn't it?
No, it's a curlew.
I forgot how to spell it.
Call of the long-billed curlew. It says squeak, 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 squeak.
No,
That's not scary.
Let me see a little tiny one.
I'm really curious just because of... Yeah, these all just sound...
That kind of sounds like it.
It reminds me of those squealer fireworks.
It doesn't sound like it.
Was hers one like she recorded?
They played it in
Did it from YouTube.
and the second video, right? The second video,
Yeah.
they played it for us.
It was
weird.
live. How do I spell it?
I have no idea.
Curlew? No. It is? I don't know what that is. I don't know what I'm looking up. I'm not trusted with the internet right now.
Yeah, we're not.
This is probably not a good idea. Something's gonna come up
We're
and I'm gonna
literally
be
trying
like,
to
oh, no.
identify bird calls.
The curlew. It said curlew.
Toodaloo, curlew. We don't have time for you.
That's good.
There's time to debate. Oh my gosh. I love how she just giggles. With
Look at it. This is from an Aussie. He says you can hear them from a mile away and they send shivers down your spine. Can you imagine?
Ugh.
Weird.
I'd like to
Gotta
hear
find
it.
it.
I thought at first you were talking about that ugly bird. This thing, I hope you can see it. It's like the scariest looking. Oh, you can't see it with the glare.
Real?
Yes,
Ew.
it's got like this huge face. It looks evil. It's like an evil Muppet.
It does
You
look
see
like
that?
an evil Muppet.
Oh.
It's
Real
horrifying. Let me zoom it out and see if, no, you can't really see it. I'll look it up and see what it's called. I forgot.
I don't like ducks. I got chased
Turtle
by a
bird?
duck when I was little, and I'm not a fan of ducks.
Yeah. They sound like they're laughing at you. Ducks sometimes. Like, wah, wah, wah.
Well, and I don't know, like ducks and roosters are very chasey. Like when I've been around them, they're very like coming at you. And I'm
Yeah.
okay with like a cat or a dog because they're like a cuddle creature, but a bird with claws, well, ducks don't have claws, but
Well, geese.
yeah.
Geese are aggressive. Yeah, this thing's called a shoe bill. So you should look up a shoe bill. That's another picture of that scary thing.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Not it.
he's like that.
Oh, look. Look at all this.
Wow.
We're finding our chat in here under the curlew.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. Down under meets up over. They talk about that curlew, but I
That
gotta
was
start.
brilliant.
Yeah,
That was brilliant.
that was brilliant. Well done, sir. Well done.
I came up with the names. Number 5 was my favorite. Seek joy and sleep.
Joy and sleep. One day.
So how do we celebrate Earth Day? What is the best way that you think?
I want to incorporate Earth Hour into Earth Day. I learned a lot from Athena Beth Black's video from last year. She was saying like she like brainwashes her kids at school, and she says like not to idle your car, decrease your plastic use like straws, Ziploc bags, even grocery bags. She just uses the reusable ones like the tote bags and stuff like that. That's all I can think of right now. Go.
In Texas, you got to have one of these things. You got to have.
I got one of those.
Yeah, these are wonderful. Reusable cups. I do like reusable straws. I was going to ask about this. I don't know if y'all crochet. I can crochet, but I've seen it where they've taken like, the plastic bags, the plastic grocery bags, and you cut them into strips and then you crochet that bag into a bag, that you can reuse over and over again.
Cool.
Oh,
sounds like a lot of work.
A crochet project. Hold on a second.
Well, and I mean, there's got to be something to do with plastic bags because there are so many, and like recycling, you can only recycle so many things. A lot of things, like once it's created, it's here, and there's not really much that you can do with it other than melt it down and make it a smaller version of what it already is. So if there actually is an option to repurpose some of this stuff, I think that'd be really cool.
Well, I remember watching a video. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, well, I was just going to say, I also try to buy glass jars instead of like, you end up paying more, but like if I buy juice, I don't usually buy plastic containers of juice. I buy either the little frozen things that I can just mix with water because they come in cardboard. And then or I get like the glass jars. It's more expensive to do the glass. Yeah, and that sucks. But then again, then I'd like, well, then maybe you should change what you buy.
Because there's bad stuff in the plastic too. Because if you're buying juice versus let's say that you're trying to make the switch to juice versus soda, but you're buying it in a plastic bottle that has all of these chemicals coating on the plastic, then how much better are you really even doing for yourself? And I think it's really easy to just be like, oh, well, this is healthy and this is healthy and this is healthy, which I'm not bashing healthy eating. I think that's definitely the way to go. But I think you need to pay attention to packaging too, because I think it's easy to put a healthy thing in a very unhealthy packaging and kind of tip the scales a little bit.
I use sweetener and stuff in my coffee, and I used to use the little packages, like you tear them open and all that. And I found I like stevia or stevia, whatever the word is, and it comes in these like jars. And I have so many of these, and people buy these, but I have a huge collection of those just from keeping those. And then I make my oils and things in there. So that's helpful.
Which that's the plus of buying juices and like all of your sauces and things in glass bottles, because then you can take these labels off and you can create your own concoctions. Like these jars and these bottles that say you buy like a sauce or something to put over rice or a salad dressing, glass jar. Clean it out, then you can make a fruit infused water, or you can make a tea or something, and you've got all of these reusable jars that aren't going to go anywhere because they're glass.
Yeah, exactly. And you can repurpose them for like presents. You can around the holidays for something cheap, do those like that little brownie mix in a jar and all that. And this was spaghetti sauce. I like it because it's like a real mason jar, and you spray paint the lid and reuse it and gift it. What are they giggling about? I'm distracted.
Well,
these two.
I'm an Earth Day model.
He's my Earth Day model. I make these out of soda tabs. And
cute.
See my necklace?
Matching.
So you can see them all in there.
Looks like a bling bling necklace, huh?
It looks like a bling bling, but it's soda tabs, and when you see it on, people don't like. They're like, "What are you wearing?" And then they love it. But then I started making like the side of a bag.
Oh man!
So I'm gonna make this into like a little tote. Isn't that cute?
Yes. And I love the resourcefulness.
Pick out your color. Pick out your color. I'm gonna send you one.
Oh.
I'm wearing pink. This is aqua blue, purple, red. Oops, I can't get it out there. Red color. And then this is kind of mixed like purple and green.
I like the purple green. That looks pretty.
Okay. Athena?
Yeah.
There's this one. That doesn't work. There's also a pink
You are
bracelet,
very
and then there's
pretty.
this purple bracelet.
How doesn't it work? How doesn't it work?
Because that one's going to go on this bag thing.
Oh.
Okay, Luna, puss.
You
I
want
like
the one
the
that
purple.
Noah's wearing?
You like the purple?
I'm digging the purple, yeah.
All right. Purple for you. All right.
Thank
Very
you
good.
so much.
There's my Earth Day contributions.
Yay.
That's excellent.
You like it.
I take it off.
You can't get it off. You're too tired to take it off.
I am too tired. What's going on?
Do you guys want to know what my Earth Day contribution is going to be to my neighborhood? So, when I was at my grandpa's house, Ravenflower, I told you about all of those. I showed you actually all of those starts from the plants that I had gotten from my grandpa's house. Well, I went and got more starts, and I have all of these little starts for these Japanese maple trees. So I'm going to go around early in the morning and leave little Japanese maple trees on my neighbor's porches in hopes that when they wake up and there's a tree on their porch, that maybe they'll be like, maybe I should put this in the ground. So I'm keeping them crossed.
I love it. I love it.
Well, and they were starts, so it was free. It literally costed me, I took water bottles and I cut them right here, filled them with potting soil, and then stuck the starts down in there. It's $3.50 free cents. I mean, you can't beat it.
I've done that with K-cups. I will take off the foil of the K-cup, take out the grounds, and there's like a little filter in there. In fact, I'll go get this for you. Hold on a second.
I feel bad she's tired and I keep making her run all over the place, but it's exciting because these are such excellent ideas. I love seeing things being repurposed, especially when they're things that are hard to get rid of.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
I have to bring my little cup so that I can dump the grounds in it. But you can also use the grounds too. Okay, so you have your K-cup that is used. You see its little hole spike, right? Let me stick this up here. Where am I putting this? Okay, so you just kind of take off the foil. If you had nails, I need tequila. Where's her nails? Oh, okay, I got it. I got it. Okay, so then you just sort of take off this little foil, and you dump out that stuff. Dump, dump, dump.
Oh no, on your computer.
Oh, okay, so it has its little hole in the bottom. So here you can just clean this up a little bit, and it has a little filter like on the inside of it. I don't know if anybody can see that. There's like a little filtery thing in there, and you get this is a great starter. So I've given people basil in these little things, you know, to start their little garden, and they just pop right out.
And that honestly looks really fancy for like a little tiny container to give someone. If you gave me that, I'd be like, where does she get these tiny little cute little flower pots?
Little do you know.
Actually, I recently learned that pistachio shells are good as like to put in the very bottom of your flower pots for like drainage. Like if you don't, because I have a shortage of gravel at my house. It's just all asphalt. So when I get a new plant, if I want rocks to put at the bottom of it for drainage so that it's not just straight muck, wet mud all the way down, I'm out of luck. And I was researching different things that you could use as a drainage, and pistachio shells. Who knew? And I guess they would for the plant
Pistachio shells
decompose.
Mm-hmm. Good thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to share the company I love. I bought their little anniversary bag. It's backwards for you guys probably, but Baggu. It's kind of like ragu, but it's got the two G's. Baggu. If you go to reuseit.com, they have so many things. Some are expensive and some are cheap. I go for the cheap, and it they make such good sense. They sent me an email saying, "Hey, it's been 10 years. You want some new bags?" And I thought, yeah, I'll get some more. So, but yeah, that company has lots of great ideas and cool stuff.
Dude, I need to write that down.
I know, Bagu.
Well, and with a lot of stuff like that too, when you look at it, you do kind of get like almost like a tag shock. Like when you see the price, you're like, oh, do I really want to pay that? But when you think about it, it really is worth it because some of this stuff will last. So I bought bamboo toothbrushes. And I'm thinking, oh, like a bamboo toothbrush, whatever. Like that thing's probably going to fall apart. These things hold up. Like I got to the point to where when it was time to get a new toothbrush, I'm looking at it. I'm like, you're still a new toothbrush. Like I'm not ready yet. Like some of these things really hold up. And I think it's really cool that it's becoming easier. There are more companies popping up. There are more places popping up that are offering natural alternatives or chemical-free alternatives. I think where was it at? I was at a Chipotle, I think, and they had like a little sticker that was like, hey, we had previously announced that this pork or something was organic, and we just want to let you know that it isn't right now. And I was like, that's really cool that there's such a movement that for the time being, when they didn't have that organic pork, they had to let people know. Like, I thought that was really neat that I feel like we're coming into a time where people are being more conscious and paying more attention to the earth and what they're putting into and onto their bodies.
I agree. Yep. I agree. I do, though, that immediately made me think of that chicken by the name of Stan in Portlandia, and they wanted to find out whether or not it was free range, and they had to go visit the chicken to make sure that his home was happy. I mean, I don't know if you ever watched Portlandia. It's a little out there, but it kind of pokes fun at people going overboard, I guess, on that.
And like, that definitely
there was like a write-up of Stan and where he lives, and they didn't believe him, so they had to stop eating lunch, and they had to like go to the farm to check out Stan's digs. But while they were there, they decided to be free-range farmers, and they forgot all about Stan. Oh. That's pretty funny.
I mean, truth be told, I would love to like quit my job and go and be a farmer. Like if I could make a living planting plants and like hanging out with plants and chilling with animals and being outside and like just physical labor, like I'm down. I'm so down. I would love to do that. That's the goal I'm working towards eventually, but right now, you know, I gotta.
I love it.
I'm doing.
I could totally see you doing this, and I will be by your side, and we'll have like a farm side little shop where I will make candles and you will sell produce, and we will live happily ever after.
So see, I want a van. I've been talking to my van about getting a van and gutting it and making it livable, not to live in, but so that I can make like really long trips to really far away places that I want to go and not have to worry about staying anywhere. I could just sleep in the vehicle. But he has some like pre-existing notion in his head. If you have a livable van, you don't have a house, or you shouldn't have a house. So every time I mention getting this van, he's like, you just want to live in a van? And I'm like, I want to have a livable van. Like, I still want a house to live in, but I want a van to like go live in other places occasionally. You watch. I'm going to find my dream van. I'm going to go to pick it up. I'm going to drive it home, and there's going to be a for sale sign in my front yard. All my stuff's going to be sitting in boxes. I'm like,
That's how we took all our vacations when I was a kid. They had like the big RV, a little, not quite like Cousin Eddie, but pretty close. If you remember from Griswold's and all that. But yeah, we would go all over East Coast, up and down the East Coast in the RV. And so I was excited if we ever actually got a hotel. Like, wow, there's no wheels here. Yeah.
I love road trips. I think they're awesome. I love seeing all of the weird roadside attractions. I'm just like all about it. It's like the biggest yarn, let me at it. A crater, awesome. Petrified forest, let me get out of the car. Like, I want to see it all. I just, it could be the cheesiest thing, but I just want to take my picture next to it.
like tourist attractions. I love it. And when I was a kid, because my grandparents traveled a lot, and my grandma always tried to like make the trips educational if she could. So we would stop at like all these different places, and she would tell me things about them. And when I'm a kid, I'm like, tourist attractions. Well, now I'm that person that's like, oh my gosh, take a picture of me in front of this. Let me look like this bear's grabbing me. Take a picture of me. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna stand. Like, I don't know what happened, but I love it.
Listen, I'm one of those crazy people with all the roadside or the state line pictures. I'm like, Tennessee, Texas, Utah.
That's so me.
And you know what? Our family gets pretty good at it. You know, like the kids knew it was coming up. We're like, hurry, go, 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 get it, deploy, get out, take the picture. And you see them all scramble. That's our family. We're a little weird.
It's just a different version of like a Chinese fire drill where like everybody jump out, pose, get back in.
Yeah, but Bear's like, we're coming up to the state line. It's 2 miles, 2 miles. Everybody get ready. Deploy.
It's awesome.
Oh man.
I think if van travel is a possibility, it should at least be experienced, because I think it's cool. I think that's like a different stuff to be able to kind of be fluid.
I'm okay. I'm just waiting for the, you know.
I looked over at Noah and he's trying to make facial expressions. He's trying so hard.
I want to go home and sleep. One more segment.
You have another one after this? I thought this was the last one.
No, I have
one more.
Oh, you should have said 23.
Like 23 hour chat.
Yeah, I'm reserving it.
I just looked over and he was like,
You're trying, Noah, and I'm really proud of you guys, because look how close to the finish line you are.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it.
You're getting
it. Why? You know why? Because somebody told me I was crazy to do it, and I was never gonna do it. You hold my beer. Watch this. I want to do it.
Yeah.
I want to do it because you told me I couldn't. That's why.
Well, and I mean, it sounds like they say crazy like it's a bad thing.
I know. I know it. I know.
I thought this was the best crazy idea that I had heard in a while, and I'm very happy to be a part of it.
And that's why you are my friend.
There's posh ass because I'm going to blush.
You know what you did? People think that we're just doing this for a video, but usually when we text chat, or voice chat, this is it. This is what we do.
Absolutely.
I mean, my personality is pretty much this is how it's gonna come off. I've tried really hard to like filter myself before, even earlier when I was like in the chat waiting for this chat, because I'd been at work all day. So I'd been like wanting to watch the chat and I couldn't. So as soon as I got home, I'm literally like, I was so excited. And I looked at the chat and it's like, Madame Luna, Madame Luna, Madame Luna. And it's all in all caps. And I was like, love self. You got to turn it down.
Madame Luna, do you know that that there's like a cap on how many times you can comment in a live chat? It'll tell you like you commented too much, take a break. Yeah.
No.
It's told me that before. It'll literally tell you, it'll stop you from commenting at some point, and it'll say you've commented too much too quickly, take a break.
I would feel some type of way about that and probably type out a comment to that specific comment, like, oh yeah, computer, you're gonna tell me, are you?
Would you like shrink down and like go to the corner?
I don't know. Honestly, if it popped up and it was like you were commenting too much, I would be like, how dare you? And then I'd start typing longer comments.
Well, I mean, I learned this because I was watching a live stream and there was only like 2 people watching. So of course I was the only one commenting. And after a while it says, you've commented too much. Take a break.
That's
wow. That's like Netflix when it judges you, and Netflix is like, "Are you still watching?" I'm like, "Shut up!"
That makes
Yes,
me so
I'm-
aggravated.
Yes, I'm watching.
I pay for you.
Yes, I'm watching season 1 of The Magicians for the 5th time in a row.
Yes, yes, I am.
And do you do it too, where sometimes when it pops up, you read it passive aggressively like that? Like sometimes it's like, "Are you still watching The Office?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm still watching The Office." But then at like 3 a.m., it's like, "Are you still watching The Office?" And I'm like, "Yes, I am."
I'm still here.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds judgy to me.
I'll
when I
tell you
read
when
it.
I've had enough.
Yeah, exactly. Hmm.
For sure.
All right.
Man.
Well, who do you have next? I see you have like 1 minute. So who's up next?
Power of 3. I'm waiting for Owlvine to give me a Gmail.
Power of 3. I think it's like 2.5 at this point.
I already told him yesterday. I said, "You
2.5?
guys have to carry me with this one. I'm just bringing you guys in, and you guys are just gonna like fly."
That'll be
I'm
cute.
done.
I know.
I'm so done.
I know. Your little face. You're like trying
I want
so
to go
hard.
home and take a shower. And
I
luckily,
know.
my shower, I have like a chair in there. I mean, it's like built in. So I can sit
You
down.
can fall asleep
I
in the
just let the
shower.
warm water hit me for a while. Knock out in
He's gonna
there.
be like leaned up. He's gonna be like with the water.
Yeah.
He's never gonna pick up one of my phone calls again. Ever.
What are you talking about? I'm 24-hour live streaming tomorrow too.
That Raven Flower. I
You guys
never
are gonna
wanted
be
to be
like-
her friend.
You guys are going to be
Tequila
asking
forced her on me.
advice in your sleep.
She gave me those eyes like you're gonna be her friend.
I know, those eyes. This is something else.
They're mesmerizing.
Her eyes are mesmerizing.
Dude, it's like 2 jewels. Like, oh my
They're
god.
like, and they glisten
Yeah.
at you like this.
Whose eyes?
Tequila. Met her today.
Oh.
When she came in, I was just like, whoa. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right,
Her
so
fingernails.
let's go ahead and
Now
wrap
we
this
like
one
we
up.
have nowhere to go.
Yeah, let's go to wrap this one up, you guys. If you want to see your thank yous and goodbyes, and then we'll bring in the next segment and finish this off strong. Okay.
Deal. Well, thank you for having us. I appreciate it. I had fun. It was nice to meet you, Miss Athena Beth Black.
Nice to meet you too. We'll have to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right. That's the two.
Yeah,
the
that's
first
the
time
first
these
time.
two. This is the first time that these two have chatted. That's awesome. Yay!
Yeah.
I love
Well, have
Making
fun.
connections,
know.
guys. Making things happen.
it.
And we have to do this again sometime. Not 24 hours
It was
though.
away.
Like,
Whoa,
like live streaming
whoa,
together is fine.
woo.
I just want to make that clear again, but for like an hour or 2.
Yeah.
With Twizzlers,
All right.
Doritos, gummy worms, and pepperoni rolls.
They're coming your way, y'all. You look out.
I want chocolate.
Some chocolate over there.
Because I haven't eaten any sweets for the past like 26 hours because I told her, if you give me sugar, you're on your own. Like, I'll knock out. So I haven't eaten any sugar.
Right. That was smart, though. That's cool that you made preparations.
You should have seen the setup when I walked in. I was like, wow. There was like 2 power strips. She had her setup with her computer and her phone. Then I brought my laptop and my phone. And there's a crystal like line, and there's pens and pencils and tape and paper, books.
That's what was really cool whenever Sunshine got there. And she like walked over and was like, wow, you guys really like it was cool seeing her reaction, because then that kind of gave us a taste. And it's like, wow, because all like, you know, we just see you guys, but in order to make this happen, I'm sure there's quite a bit going on behind the scenes, and it was cool because seeing her reaction.
I think I posted it on Facebook. I think I haven't been on my Facebook since. I've just to add people or whatever. And listen, people, I'm sorry. I know you're messaging me. I will see you.
Now, what have you been
tomorrow.
doing? You haven't been on your Facebook, Missy.
I'm right here. My butt's getting flatter.
I'm the
By the
ghostwriter
second.
for Ravenflower's Facebook page today.
Yep.
It was great to have you guys on. Thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you for having
Enjoy the
us.
rest of your night.
You too.
Have a
See
good
ya.
Bye. What's your email, Elaine? Oh, there you go. Okay. All right, guys. So we're gonna finish this up with the Power of 3 chat. Let me just go ahead and bring them in, and I'll intro, and then we'll get to the topic. Finish this off strong. We're almost done. We're almost done.
Here, you're gonna lose your thingy there. I'm gonna start putting things away, man. Shoot. Do you need me for power of 3?
I would like you to say hello.
Well, I will say
It
hello.
is your
Ugh,
event.
but it's power 3, not 3 in the tag along.
Well, at least say hello, and
Who's
then
that lady?
the facial lady.
Who's that facial lady? I can go get facial stuff if you want it.
Okay, the invites have been sent. Just give us a couple minutes.
Noah, you've been the best co-host ever. You've also been my only co-host.
I gotta sit up straight. All right, you guys, I've been reserving my energy. Everybody's like, poor Noah, and I'm like, poor Noah, what? I've been up for 24 hours. What do you expect? But yeah, I really was like low-key reserving my energy. I'm ready.
You ready? Ready to drop the mic?
I am.
Y'all ready for this? Da 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 bum bum ba bum bum bum. No.
Crimson Fire, you're just in time for the grand finale.
Oh, hello, I'm sideways.
All right, we're all here. That was quick.
10. There we go.
Hey guys, how goes it? How you say it? How going? Did I say it?
How's it going? How's it going?
How going? Did I say it? How we're going?
How's it going?
No, I've heard it like slang, like squinched together before.
Squinch.
How's it going is how we say it. We say how going, right?
All right. It's how's it going? How's it going?
No, what we say is, how you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
All right, everyone. So this is the finale of the 24-hour chat. I have here with me Kelden Mercury and Owlvine Green. The three of us together, we do a collab, a live stream collab called Power of 3. It's been on my channel for the first 2 rounds, and eventually we'll get it on the other 2 channels as well, and we'll like circle back and forth. So today, first I want to say hello to Kelden Mercury. Hello, guy. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm excited to be here.
Awesome. And then hello, Owlvine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sleepy, although I'm sure I get no sympathy for that.
Not at all. See you like 20 hours ago.
Yeah. You guys look amazing. You look the same as you did last night. So well done. Coffee's doing its job.
Witchcraft. Once we sign off, we're going to take off the masks. You know what I mean? And like the demons come out. So, Kelden, have you met Ravenflower? Ravenflower, this is my good friend Kelden.
Hello.
We love him. We love him.
It's nice to finally meet you.
Oh. We have to do it when I have more energy. I don't want you to base your opinions on me today.
No, I've been in and out of, I think, almost every stream so far. So
oh, wow.
I've seen a little bit of everything.
Awesome.
It's been a little crazy. It's been a little crazy, and I
just remember
dare say
laughing
a little
uncontrollably.
inappropriate. Yeah, at times we're like, whoa. Mm-hmm. But we just were too tired to fight.
Yeah. I'm like, just let me have it. Roast me right now while I can take it. All right, so let's go and get started. So tonight, you guys, we're going to talk about how we incorporate nature in our practices, and then also we're going to talk about how the seasons influence our crafts. So if one of you guys wants to get started, because I am pooped.
You pooped to party.
I need some vitamin and vitamin. Do you guys know what that is? Do you guys know what that is?
No.
No? I Love Lucy?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Vitamin and vitamin? You guys never heard of it? No? So
look, Noah's all like, "Hey, I've heard of this thing. You guys.
Yeah, I know. I've heard of this thing, and you guys haven't. If I did it, I swear my mom would have disowned me if I didn't know this. So Vitamin Vegemin was an episode of I Love Lucy where she comes on to be a commercial like actress, right? And so Vitamin Vegemin was like this vitamin syrup stuff, and it has a lot of alcohol content in it, right? Like a big percentage of alcohol in it. So they're having her rehearse before she goes on to stream, you know, the commercial. And every time she rehearses, she has to take a swig of this on a spoon. So every time she takes it, she takes a full spoon. And so after a few takes, she gets drunk. And so in the beginning, yeah, she's crying. So in the beginning, she's like, "Hello, friends. Do you? How does it go? Do you? Are you unpopular? Do you poop out at parties? Well, I have the answer to all your prayers in this lovely little bottle of Vitamin Vegemin." And so she takes a swig, and she's like, tastes just like candy.
And she goes like this.
Yeah, like, yeah. So when she makes that face, they tell her, cut, you got to do it again. So she did it over again. And so after a couple takes, she started feeling the buzz. And so after a couple takes, she's like, are you unpopular? Do you pop out at parties? Well, take some of this Vitamin Vegemin. And so at the end, she just literally like grabs the bottle and just like swigs it all, dude. Oh, it was amazing. So yeah, I need some Vitamin Vegemin right now. Sorry guys, I totally like took over. Keep laughing, Raven. Like you were.
I'm gonna pee.
She has to pee, guys. All right, so let's go ahead and.
Oh dear.
Sorry. So take it away, guys. I'm delirious. I am gone.
We're talking about nature and how we incorporate it into our practice.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I can start because I have a lot to say about nature.
Yes, you go.
It sure is neat, isn't it?
It sure is. It's swell.
Well, I think across the board for different pagan practices, different paths, witchcraft, Wicca, nature is a pretty big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But especially, I would say within my own practice and different strains of traditional witchcraft, nature is really, really important. It's much of the work that is done is about connecting with the land, the spirits of the land, and having that relationship. So for me, that's a lot of what I do in my craft. It's how can you commune with those spirits? What can they give you? What can you give them? Giving offerings, connecting with the seasons. I think we've talked a little bit about before, and I've definitely talked about this a lot, but kind of the importance of connecting with the landscape that you actually live on. The plants that grow in your region, working with the rocks and the animals, working with the seasons and how they actually happen in your area, instead of maybe being like, oh well, I follow this very specific wheel of year where these holidays happen on these specific days that maybe that meaning doesn't necessarily translate to the climate in which I live. A lot of my practice is about establishing that very personal land-based relationship.
Awesome. Love it. Take it away, Owlvine.
I'm here. I'm hoping, like, I've got my phone plugged in, but there's a chance that it may switch off. That hopefully won't happen. What do I want to say about nature? My practice, I would say, is predominantly based on nature. That's where my spirituality is, and I bring my craft into my spirituality. Like, I fold it in. But predominantly where I come from, I suppose, is that kind of spiritual place. And for me, I mean, that's where I began with this whole journey, because I was like, well, what is spirituality for me, like what's the truth, like where can I go here? And I felt that the earth was divine, so I began by connecting with the earth, and that's how all this has happened. When I feel most plugged into myself is when I am connected with nature, when I spend a lot of time indoors. And I know a lot of people who go through extreme winters definitely experience this, but you feel cut off from that. But some of my favorite things to do, like right now, the way I'm connecting with deity that is working really, really well for me is I literally, all I do is go out, stand outside, put my feet in the dirt, get my hands in the dirt, rub it all over myself, smell it, and focus on my surroundings, but also the divinity that is within, you know, our little orb, and within then, you know, further out into the cosmos. So, yeah, I want to say all the deities that I work with currently, I feel like have a very strong nature base. When I want to connect with them, it is, you know, through nature, whether it's actually physically going outside or bringing something in. So with Baba Yaga, for example, I find I connect with her really strongly through this particular stone that I have. And it's just a rock that I found in a park one time. But I felt like, you know, in that moment, like something you can do, I think, is go for a conscious walk. If you're wanting to find a tool that is from nature to connect with whatever, a deity or spirit or anything, go for a conscious walk and put that intention that you want to find something with that kind of energy in it, and you know, something will jump out at you. And so for me, with her, that rock is it. And currently with the Morrigan, and this is not something that, you know, I've ever heard spoken of or whatever, but for me it's dirt. Like that is a big thing with her. You know, I mean, we are pagan and a lot of people aren't like nature based, which I don't know. I mean, for me, I kind of find strange, but I guess, you know, we're living in a modern time, so, you know, everything evolves. So some people have like, you know, they don't really connect with nature or whatever, but like we are nature. And I think, you know, the most powerful tools that you can use, in my opinion, and it all depends about energy as well, but in and of themselves are things that come from nature, and we are nature, and energy is nature. Like all that stuff is, you know, like stripped back of anything else. Yeah, I'm just kind of going on about stuff here, but I love nature. I'm like so a hippie. And that's what, you know, everyone in my life thinks that I'm just like some big hippie. They don't know about the whole pagan witch thing. So that's a good excuse. But yeah, I love nature and I love trees.
You're totally like a nature child. Somebody wants to know how I'm getting home. Well, it depends on how I'm feeling. Right now, I'm actually feeling pretty decent. I live really close here, so it wouldn't be like a big stretch anyways. But let me go back to the topic before I totally go off. You know, incorporating nature in my practice was something that I struggled with in the beginning of my practice because it was more about me like learning, you know, how to do this kind of thing. And I did a lot of my workings indoors in my space because I was very closeted. So as time progressed, I started to venture out, you know, in outer places, not here, but in California. But I wanted to build a connection with nature, not just, you know, use it in my practice. So in order for me to do that, I really had to, you know, just be bare, you know, be one with nature, not like naked, but like, you know, taking your shoes off and like walking on in the dirt and the sand and the grass, you know, woodsy areas and stuff like that. I thought you were gonna like scold me or something. I don't know. Because you just looked at me like, yeah. Like she has like the motherly like posture right now. Like she's like you're
I'm digging it. I'm just digging it.
That's why like I'm like what what happened? So yeah, so pretty much like slowing yourself down because, you know, I lived in a very fast-paced world, so it's hard for you to pay attention to those things when you're you know when you're zooming through life. So slowing yourself down, you know, taking walks and really taking everything in, you know, the fresh air, the smells, the sounds, the warmth of the sun, you know, the cool, you know, when it turns to night. You know, and during the day you would hear like the animals, the little critters, and the birds, but at night you would hear like the crickets and stuff like that, you know, just taking all that in and just also reflecting on how it makes you feel, you know, that kind of thing. Once you get a feel for those kinds of things, then you can start tapping into those as energies and, you know, utilizing it in your practice. I've been saying this for a very long time that it's going on a year that, what's the visceral? What is that? What is that? You know what that is? Visceral?
Visceral, it's like from the gut. It's on a level that is like in your body.
Oh.
It's visceral. It's very like, you can like, I don't know. It's a word that I love to use, but it's one of those ones that it's like.
Hard to describe.
Word.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Feeling
You guys, I am so tired right now, so you guys have to understand that. Okay, where was I? Yeah, so once you get a feel for those things, you know, and like I said, reflect on how they make you feel, you're able to start to tap into those things as well to incorporate them in your practice. So I've been saying this for quite a while that you know, it's going on a year that I haven't really used physical things to craft, you know, herbs, candles, and oils and stuff like that. I just use myself. But also when I feel the need to incorporate some energies, I do see everything as like just a general energy. You give it the purpose. So I can take some tree bark off of a tree and some, you know, grass and dirt and whatever else I can find. You know, if it's like a nice windy day, tap into that energy. If it's raining, tap into that energy, you know, things like that. But it took me a long time to actually feel it because it's not just imagining that it's there for me, you know, that's not enough. You have to actually feel it. And so in order to feel it, you have to take that time to embrace it, you know? So yeah, I love nature. It's I'm very introverted, so coming here, I've pulled back in again. You know, I have to get to that space where I wander out. Raven showed me around to this college campus that I'm going to be attending, and there's like a bunch of nature trails like that run all over it. And so we're looking for a spot that I can go practice, and we found this really awesome, like it's a huge like rock, right? And it's like flat, so you can sit down, like put your, you know, like a little altar space kind of. It was really cool. Surrounded by tons of wildlife, you know, and there's like a lake and ducks. It's like really beautiful. A time to practice would be like during the summer, you know, or no, when did it was like during winter break, right when I got here.
Like winter break.
Yeah, there was nobody there, so it was perfect. And they had a lot of what was it? What did they grow there? Was it juniper berries or elderberries?
Yeah.
Juniper berries. There was like this huge tree of juniper berries, and she's like, I would come with this, you know, a Ziploc and like, you know, pick some stuff like that. So, you know, with that, I was just like super excited, you know, that I have that here. And then, okay, so incorporating nature. So like now I do simpler things like I learned of the shamanic practice where you take a leaf off of a tree and you would blow your intention into the leaf and then release it in the wind. I do that, but I also like to do it with in fall, you know, when the leaves dry out. I would do that, but also like crumple it and then blow it away or allow a wind, you know, gust of wind to take it away, things like that. That's pretty much all I can think of right now because I haven't really practiced much.
I really like a lot of what you're both saying. I'm just like feeling it. I'm vibing with it so much.
Awesome.
I was a total outdoors kid. I'm lucky to have grown up in a really naturey landscape. You know, I live next to a huge expanse of woods. In itself is very very naturey. So much of my childhood was spent playing out in the woods and communing with the fairy folk and the spirits that, and establishing that relationship that I was kind of talking about before. And I think it's really interesting that, you know, when I came to, when I really started discovering witchcraft and began more seriously studying it, you know, when you begin, there's often this about tools, and you need these tools. And I know that you guys were talking earlier about tools, and I think it's interesting because it connects back to this piece that we're supposed to be this, you know, these naturey people that are, you know, that are connected with the earth. But I feel like a lot of what you read about in some of these beginner books, it doesn't really talk so much about nature. And, you know, and there's this huge amount of time that's spent talking about these tools that you either buy or you make, but they don't really get into talking about the tools like like, and not just, you know, not crystals either. I'm talking about the things that, you know, that you can find outside, that you don't have to buy, or that don't come from faraway places that you don't, you know, you don't really know where it's actually coming from, or you don't necessarily feel connected to. Because that's when my craft for me really started to become really personal and really come alive, is when I started being like, well, let me figure out, like, what are the plants that actually grow here? What are, you know, what are the animals that actually live here in my landscape? And for me, a lot of my spell work, a lot of the actual crafting that I do, it involves those elements, using stones that I find on the ground, using animal bones, feathers, those pieces that I can find here. Granted, you know, of course, that's not to disparage on using tools that you buy or that, you know, come from faraway places, because those definitely have their purpose. I think that, you know, that kind of tends to come from more of the ceremonial influence that came into things like Wicca and modern witchcraft. But I always find a lot of inspiration when you look at, you know, things like cunning craft, and you see people using more natural objects, things that they found themselves. So that's a big part of how I, again, connect to nature and utilize those things in my practice.
Awesome. So what is your favorite place out in nature? I know we talked about like the devil's punch bowl, is that what it's called?
Yeah, so where I live right now, which I'm not going to be living there much longer, it's definitely the Devil's Punch Bowl. And then, you know, I guess I don't really know if there's a name to it, or maybe I just haven't really discovered the name, but there's kind of this hidden creek that I like to go to. And I've talked about it before. That's the one where I like to get naked and pretend I'm a mermaid and like the little waterfall. And
you are a mermaid.
Here, it's definitely the woods out back. I've spent so much time there as a child, and you know, I was just there pretty much every day when I'm home, and you know, it's just, there's such a visceral out there. You can just, you know, I sense the spirits. They, you know, as soon as I step foot in there, they're like, hey, what's up? Like, let's chat. What's going on? Like, you know, what did you bring us today? Like, did you bring us any goods? Like, I posted that picture the other day. I brought some apples and honey, and that's one of the things that I really love is bringing offerings wherever I go. I find it for me really important to bring something to give to those spirits. I'll often carry like a little bag full of different herbs, tobacco. One thing I really like to as I go is blood meal, which is like totally gross because it's just, I mean, it's not gross, but it's dried blood. But it's really good for the soil and the plants. And I really love that because, well, the spirits, you know, they love whatever you give them pretty much, as long as it's not going to be like, but it's kind of fun to give, you know, a substance that actually is going to like help the land, both magically and, for lack of better words. So I don't know, I think I just went on a tangent, but.
That was good.
So how about you? What's your favorite place out of nature?
So the way I started practicing, I was living with people that I could not be open with. I couldn't have obvious altars. I did have little nature setups, you know, just pretty looking spaces or whatever. So I would practice, I lived by the beach. So I would go down to the beach, and that's where I began my practice. Like quite intensely, and I would go at night, so there would be no one there. It was amazing. It was like a really safe space. It's quite a small kind of strip, like it was, you know, all along, but it just felt like my backyard. Like no one else would be down there. I'd do these rituals, and the most powerful and intense one I ever did that just like worked, I think it was my first one, which is why I always remember it. I went down to the beach and I needed to get rid of something. Like there was an attachment that I had to a person, which was really, really unhealthy. And I was like, I need to get rid of this. So I found just a stick on the beach and I poured all of my intention into that stick. So everything about the person, about our relationship, everything into that stick, and it like to the point where it was vibrating, because it was all about my energy, right?
Mhm.
And my intention. And then I threw it into the ocean, and the waves took it away.
Oh,
And
that's
it
awesome.
just like that. And I was so shocked, because that, like, for me, I was still emotionally attached to that person so strongly. But after doing that, I actually wasn't. And they weren't to me. And I was like, this is weird. Like, and I actually at one point like tested it. Like, I was trying to kind of open it up again, because I was like, oh yeah, and it was just like, no, it's dead. So
Wow.
like, I mean, some of the most, like, you really don't need tools. Tools are pretty and they're really fun, and they are something that can be very powerful over time, because you're pouring your energy into them. But so can a piece of stick that you find, or a piece of rock that doesn't have a shine or a rainbow in it, or whatever. Like, all that stuff is what our ancestors used. Like, they didn't have polishing machines and things to make metal, you know, to get like all that kind of stuff. Like, they didn't have any of that. It was just bare naked earth, and that is where it's at for me. So that was my favorite place. Now where I live, I have a little green space just like across the road from me. So there's like a river and a lake there. There's like a little fairy pool. So it's just like a pool of stagnant water that turns green and then black and then green again through the seasons, through, you know, like algae or whatever it is. It's very cool. And it's kind of surrounded by these, all these native trees. All these gums and eucalyptus trees and things, and it's just like this magical little grove. I really love that spot. And in terms of like leaving offerings and stuff, because like Kelden touched on this, and I was like, oh yeah, like this is something I feel really strongly about, and no one else has to. Like, I'm not one of those. You guys know that. Just like, do you, like, screw everyone else. But I really like to leave offerings that are earth loving, so that animals can eat healthily. Like, I don't like to leave things that are baked and made by human hands, because we have all kinds of diseases, right? This is kind of getting into health. We have all these kinds of diseases. Animals in nature don't, but a lot of the animals that we keep domestically do. There is a correlation there. It's to do with like processing of food and sugars and things like that. So I like to leave things that are earth loving. So like, you know, fruits, and like honey is a good one, like for ants and stuff. Love honey. Like things that are more natural. Or I love to leave worm castings, which is basically worm poop. You can buy that from like the you know, from hardware stores or whatever here, like just, you know, gardening stores. And that is like gorgeous. Like stuff loves that. And there was one time actually that I was doing this whole spell, and I put this piece of paper, like it was a drawn out long spell. At one point I wrote down my intention on a piece of paper, and I wrapped it in worm castings and then buried it in the ground. And when I went to dig it up after the spell work had reached a certain time, it actually had all, like, the paper had been eaten away. Because there was so much nutrient density there. So anyway, so things like that. I really like to leave like, yeah, earth loving stuff for nature.
Yeah,
so that's my favorite spot currently. And I know Crimson and I are gonna like go exploring this area, because I don't really know, like I haven't been out much here. So she's been telling me about a few places that are local, and I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, like I'm so excited.
I want to go.
Yeah, come to Australia. We're still waiting for you.
I know. So okay, for me, hands down, it has to be the beach, you know. And the beach has always been like sanctuary for me, even before I was a witch. But it was the place where I felt the most connected to the sun, because I really struggled building a connection with the sun, you know, Apollo. I did not like the sun. I don't like, you know, heat. I don't like the beaming, you know, I don't like to get tanned or burned or anything like that. So it was hard for me to come out during the day, you know, like if I was an off day, whatever, from work, it was hard for me to come out, you know, during like the early hours of the afternoon. I would wait until like 4, almost 5, until it started to set, and like, you know, the strength, like the heat wouldn't be so intense. So I would go to the beach. I would go to the beach, and of course, like have like a, you know, what are those things called, like a pop-up over me during those hours. And then when it starts to set, I would, you know, take it down, you know. At the beach, I would only at the beach I would make crystal elixirs, because I felt like, you know, it's just like all open area. It's the purest energy that I can find at the beach. So nothing's gonna taint the elixirs, and the sun is like beaming down. You know what I mean? So I would only make my crystal elixirs at the beach. You can do tons of spells at the beach. You can simply just write on, you know, in the wet sand and allow the waves to take it away for a banishing. You can take the water, and when you're collecting the water, when the wave's coming towards you, collect that water, and you can use that for like abundance attraction work. And then the same thing, you would face the other way, yeah, and face the other way and collect the water when it's coming back, and use that for, you know, banishing, things like that. I mean, you can do so much at the beach. Thing is so easy. You gotta go, and you know, the wind can be cleansing. You can also just, you know, submerge yourself in water and be cleansed and things like that. I've done a really powerful banishing at the beach. I had a really smooth stone that I found, and it took a while to find like the right one, you know, the one that felt good, the one that was kind of like, I wouldn't say that it didn't have any energy at all. It was just like, I felt kind of hollow, I guess you would say. And so it was kind of like your situation, where I filled it with the energy, that intention, and I gave it like my all when I went to like chuck it as far as I could into the ocean. And after that, it was, you know, it was gone. You know what I mean? With everything that goes into that, and throwing it like with all your might, you just like send it all out. You know, it just like detached kind of thing. You know. Yeah, so the beach is it for me. I mean, there's so many different beaches that I liked in California. My favorite, the closest to me, was Huntington Beach.
Oh,
but
yeah?
I also like, you know, going more out to like Orange County. Those beaches are really pretty. There's some pretty nasty ones over there too, though. But for offerings, I'm kind of similar to Owlvine. You know, I do leave fruit offerings, honey. I do leave nuts, seeds, tiny crystals, like tumbled crystals. I'll leave those too. I do sing. You know, I talk to the plants, the trees, and stuff like that.
Sing?
I don't sing well. I sing, recite poetry and things like that. Just, you know, just talk to them like I'm talking to you. You know, things like that. I feel like those are offerings. You know, just spending time out there, cleaning up the place. You know, that's a good offering. Taking eggshell. Like when I cook eggs, I'll take the eggshell, and I'll take out a little film inside, dry them out, crush it up, and I'll use that, and I'll sprinkle, you know, as an offering too. Yeah. That's all I can think of right now.
Eggshell's really good in the garden.
Absolutely,
And for your
calcium.
tomatoes, actually, it helps prevent black spot. FYI.
Nature tips, gardening tips here. Thank you. Yeah, eggshells are amazing, and all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, it's inexpensive. We've got it around anyway, which doesn't make it any less beautiful, because, you know, there is that intention of giving nature something that it is going to love and actually be able to bring into its web in a healthy way. So that's something really, cool to consider as well, possibly, if you're into that.
I really like, Noah, you mentioned singing as an offering, and that's something I do too. I will sing and talk, right, because that gets into really that open dialogue that I like to have with the land spirits. So just, you know, when I'm out in the woods, just talking and being like, hey, how's it going? Like, you know, walking down the path and being like, hey tree, hey rock, like, how's it going? But also reading. I like to, sometimes I'll post it, like sit down for a while, and I'll just read out loud. And you know, that's something that they've told me they really enjoy, like hearing stories. Like Owlvine will appreciate this. The one day I sat out in the woods and I read the story of Vasilisa and the Baba Yaga, and it was just so awesome. Just like sat on this rock and I was reading this story, and you know, feeling all these spirits kind of sit down with me and being like, oh, what happens next? So like, oh, I can't wait, it's so exciting. So even just be a really powerful offering. Building, right? Like you think about building different structures, whether that's a pile of rocks or a whole fort made out of sticks, a teepee, whatever, just building like a natural place where you can go and converse. I think is a really cool idea.
Absolutely.
Yeah, something I'd like to add to that too. I love all those ideas, and I'm so taking a book to read to my nature spot next time because that's amazing.
Right?
I offer my admiration. So I'll tell a space how beautiful it is, and I'll sit there
Exactly.
and just put out like
yeah.
how much I appreciate that you're here, like those birds and the sounds and the trees rustling, like just pour that energy of like thank you for your beauty.
Yep.
And I feel like the space responds really well to that as well.
Absolutely. I was inspired to do the same. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and that's all free stuff, but you're giving of your energy. Like it doesn't
Yeah.
have to be something that costs anything, you know, like pouring your energy, however that is, like through reading or talking or admiration is like huge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was
Anyway,
going to say, I was inspired to do that, what you just said, through that science project where they take like two plants and they're really nice to one and they're really mean to the other. I was inspired to do that out in nature. You know what I mean? So I totally vibe with what you just said about that. So we all kind of live in different, how would you say it? Like, okay, so well, obviously Owlvine is opposite of us in seasons, but I know that Kelden lives in a really like, you know, colder area, and I live in a really hot area now. So how does that affect your practice? Like, does it keep you indoors? Do you still go out, you know, under those extreme like weather conditions?
For me, I try to get outside no matter what. Winter here can be really extreme, so that's when I tend to be more indoor oriented. But whenever I can, whenever it's not like a risk to my health to be outside, I try to get out there. That's my favorite place to do ritual. You know, like nothing, like to me, nothing beats going out into like the depth of the forest in the middle of the night and just doing my thing. But sometimes, you know, that's not always an option. Especially, like I said, during winter, like we get so much snow and it gets so unbelievably cold that I'm probably like, you know, like I'm not going to really do much effectively if I'm like freezing to death and getting frostbite. So, but for me, like thinking about the way that here, the biggest thing that it affects for me is how, you know, how I see the wheel of year. And I kind of mentioned that before, but we kind of get caught up in this idea of this wheel, and it's like this strict thing, like Samhain is on this day and Beltane is on this day and whatnot. But on about the Sabbats and the history and all that, but you know, it was geared towards a climate that was European, translate necessarily so well here, especially where I live. The example I always think of is Imbolc, like, you know, that's kind of seen as being the beginning of spring, but here it's like, well, we probably got another 6 months of winter. Like spring, is spring even a thing? I can't even remember what that looks like. So incorporating the changing of the seasons in a way that makes sense to your climate. So for me, it's really about finding, you know, what signs does the landscape give me that the seasons are changing? Is it, for me, like the biggest one, like spring? I know spring is coming when the geese start coming back. That's when I'm gonna be like getting out and doing, you know, the springtime, you know, celebrating in the springtime rituals, when the first leaves start changing color, or, you know, when the first, you know, the first frost comes. So for me, like, it's those things has really helped me to develop kind of my own personal wheel of year that really has a lot of deep meaning for me.
Sweet. Love it. Sweet. Love it.
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah, I find like in Australia, you know, when I first started practicing, and I know that others here as well, and you know, in all different parts of the world, but like in the Southern Hemisphere, like because our seasons are flipped, it can feel very alienating to begin with when you're practicing, because a lot of people, like a lot of information is kind of, or a lot of books and things have that Wheel of the Year concept in them. And they're like, it's at this time of the year. I'm like, well, that's not my experience at all. And when, like, our seasons aren't just flipped, they are different. Like in winter here, for me, it's a time of fertility as well as death, because every the lower vegetation all comes to life. You know, the hills go green and everything is beautiful and green. You know, there are the, I don't know what they're called, but the non-evergreens that do shed their leaves. So there is like a lot more bare trees and bare branches. So there is that element of death, and the animals aren't as active and that kind of thing. But it's a completely different energy to somewhere that has snow. And it is not like, you know, Samhain, yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of similar, I think, possibly, but Yule, no, not at all. And we don't have aligning holidays either. Like people kind of have combined, you know, Easter and Ostara, for example, whereas for us here, we're in autumn and we have Easter. And Halloween is starting to become more of a thing in Australia slowly, and that's in spring. And Christmas is...
summer, right?
Is Litha, yeah, it's the height of the year in terms of the sun, so it's a completely different energy. So that can feel really weird, like trying to kind of put it all together and like, where does this fit with me and how do I feel about all this? So I'm personally going through a process at the moment where each year I'm paying attention, like, how do I feel at this time of the year? And someone said it a while ago, I can't remember who it was, but they said, for me, there is no, like, for example, Mabon energy. Like every year it's different. And that's what I'm experiencing. Like the seasons are showing themselves in a different way each year. So for example, this year, summer was quite rainy where I am. So everything stayed quite green. Whereas last year, everything was dead and dormant and like dusty and like no grass, nothing kind of thing. It was like completely different. So nature doesn't stick in boxes. Like it's cyclical. It's not even cyclical. It's like a spiral, you know, it goes in, like it changes all the time. So it'll reach a point where it's similar, but it's never the same. You know, the sky is never the same as it is in this moment right here. So I kind of just try and be really free flowing with it. And, you know, just hear what it is that nature's kind of got going on, feel the energies that are going on. And it's funny because every time I do that, like my spirituality and my practice reflects what is going on in nature right now. Like there's a bit of death element with life here and this happening and that happening. Like I think that's a really grounded way to kind of connect with magic and with nature as well. Like not by a book that someone has written from somewhere in the world. Go outside and experience it for yourself. How does winter make you feel? Like even if your seasons correspond exactly, it will make you feel different. Like we all have our own felt experience. So like the way that you're going to get the most out of it is by connecting to it to yourself. Like, you know, like this is how this makes me feel. And you know what, actually, even though there's snow all over the ground, I feel a real life invigorating energy right now for whatever reason. Like go with that. So,
yeah, and I love that you said that because, you know, in your more recent videos, you said like, oh, you know, it's summer here, but it's a cool day. So I feel like making a lot of videos, like you have that energy back in you, you know. So I realized that. And then also I remember you saying in your interview with Arwen that your current, like, your favorite divination is actually like looking at the signs in nature and like the animals and stuff like that. That is awesome. I love it. For me, I can't say too much about how, you know, the seasons influence my practice yet because it's only begun here for me, you know, and the weather changes so quickly. Yeah,
it's very drastic.
Yeah, and so
like we woke up to we woke up. We didn't wake up this morning. You know, as it got lighter, you know, it was like really kind of muggy and thick, like it was going to rain, and then it just sort of
went away.
Changed in 30 minutes. And we have a saying here in Texas: if you don't like the weather, wait 15 minutes.
Yeah. Like, and it's so true. And let me tell you something. Okay, so it was like raining early in the morning, right? So I was wearing like, you know, a jacket and like sweats and stuff like that. I had my umbrella. I went to the store, spent 20 minutes in there, walked out, and it was gone. Like it was never here. It was like super hot. I'm like dying, right?
You can go into the movies or Walmart, and then it's like pouring down rain. You hear it, like you think like it's gonna come down, like come through the roof, and you come out and it's like sunny and bright and not a drop of water. You're like,
and so in this situation, I told my brother, I was like, this is what happened. He goes, well, you can go to the backyard and it'll be raining, and then come out the front door and it's like not raining because the clouds are like on that side. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, you know, so it's going to take me a little getting used to that, you know what I mean? To have to like adapt to sudden changes and stuff like that, which I'm looking forward to. The other day I was talking about that storm. I was so excited. This is the second storm since I've been here. I've only been here a little over 2 months now. That, you know, this energy is intense, and I just I vibe with it so well. I'm able to tap into it like without even trying to build that connection because it's already there, kind of. I guess that's to do with my, you know, like it's I'm so fascinated by it. You know, I'm more open to it, I guess. I don't know. But as for like back home, I lived like in a concrete jungle kind of, you know, living situation. I didn't have nature places. I had to literally go visit them, you know. Yeah, like, you know, go to the mountains or the beach. You had to make that drive to go to those places. We didn't have them,
Like
you
make
know.
the commitment
Yeah.
to get in your car and go
To go
45
visit,
minutes
yeah.
to wherever.
So, but the seasons didn't, they were pretty like, you know, how do you say it? Like, they're not too, like, strong. They don't come off too strongly. You know, it's cold in the winter, it's hot in the summer, and in between, you know, that kind of thing. So, my practice didn't really, you know, change too much. It wasn't really influenced too much to, you know, to change different ways, whatever. I didn't have to adapt as much as I probably will here. So, it has to go back to me being an introvert, practicing indoors or practicing in my yard, you know, those kinds of things. You know, I really didn't go out too much because, like I said, it was a drive to go to these places. You know, as the seasons change, that you do feel a change in energy. The energy shifts, you know, and not only with the seasons itself, but also with the people too. It's like you said, you know, some people feel some way around winter and some people feel a different way. For me, I love winter. I love the cold, but some people hate it. You know what I mean? And that adds to the overall energy, you know. So yeah, I feel like I covered that pretty quickly because that's pretty much the gist of it. You know what I mean? Like I have to wait, you know, come back to this at a different time because of how it is here now. You know what I mean? I am not looking forward to summer at all. I'm gonna probably cry, use my tears and my spell work. You know?
I feel like I need to give him like, you know, like a subscription to like bottled water service, a large, you know, bottle of what is it, Gold Bond powder.
Oh my goodness.
and bug spray is what he needs. Maybe an umbrella. So bad.
Oh, that's gonna
Yeah,
be hard.
I'm not looking forward to it, but I mean, it
So
is what it
nasty
is.
hot.
I'm here now, so I have to. But yeah, so I don't have anything else to say. We have 10 minutes until we have to wrap this up, so it's free for all. Whatever you guys want to mention, whatever you guys want to talk about, you have stuff coming up on your channels you want to discuss and share.
I have nothing coming up on my channel. Nothing.
You have done it all now.
I'm gonna do a 24-hour live stream of me in bed, knocked out.
He's gonna be like the giraffe video.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be April. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I love it.
Nothing.
Did you
Okay,
want
so
to
you
say
guys.
something, Kelden?
Yeah, go ahead, Kelden.
You know, right now I've been kind of adrift in the YouTube community. Just school is kicking my effing ass. But I'm trying to, you know, put things out there whenever I can. And I guess I've just signed on to make a video talking about the Wheel of Year because, like, you know, I always talk about like I have like those things where it's like you put a quarter in me and I can just go for like ever. And so I'm like okay, so like I need to make like a whole separate thing where I just go on and on about that because you guys know that I'm a huge history nerd and I have a lot to say. So I guess watch out for that whenever that might happen.
Oh, awesome. I have a lot of things written down, a lot of different topics that I would like to cover. I really don't sit down and plan for my videos. I feel like I need to get to that point where I am doing that, like at least just journaling beforehand or something. So otherwise they get on and just kind of blah, blah, blah. So there are topics that I'm avoiding because I feel like they're bigger topics. And I'm like, I need to do these justice, but I can't be bothered doing the work beforehand.
See, but you know how I feel about those videos is I feel like those are topics that would be covered in like, you know, these types of like our collab, you know, we have all these different perspectives. Like when you, it's so much easier for me to vibe off of people. Like when you mention something, it like inspires me and like I can piggyback off of it or segue into something different. Rather than sit there with my own thoughts and try to pull it all out of myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's so true, actually. Well, there's one I've been meaning to do for a while, and that's pagan parenting. So that's probably not one I can bring into our
Ooh, I like that.
I could do it with Raven.
Yeah, you could do it with Raven.
Yeah, so I mean, things
I'm
like
almost
that. Where I'm like, I
done.
want to like cover all these bases, but I mean, I have limited experience, you know, as well. So yeah, it would be cool actually. Maybe we should do that. Get like some pagan mums and dads happening or something. But anyway, that's
We'll give Kelden and I like 10 years.
Yeah.
And then we can help you.
We'll do a part 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just like in the chat before, I've been thinking about doing a like a natural products kind of like skincare thing.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
And a few people are like, yeah, do that. Because right now my skin looks fabulous. You guys, I have the light from the laptop happening, and like this is not my skin, right? I've got like
what color are your eyes?
blue light happening.
They're like blue. Your eyes are blue, right?
Yeah, mine's blue.
Blue.
They look so blue right now. So I'm thinking of doing that, but other than that, I don't have a plan. I like. Okay, so only recently have I realized I'm not actually organized. I always thought I was, but it's because I was so anxious about, you know, like not being on time or forgetting stuff that I would stress myself out so bad, and I had intense anxiety. Until now, moving to this new house and kind of this new stage in my life, I'm like, you know what? And I'm like way more perceiver now, and I'm just like go with the flow, and I'm like late all the time, and my husband's like, what is going on with you? And I'm like, no, this is great. Like I love living like this. So I want to be organized with my channel, but at the same time I'm like, you know what? Like we just, when I feel it, I do it. And like I'd like to be uploading twice a week. I was for like 3 weeks. I think it's been a week now, but I'll get onto it. But it's something I love doing, so I'll just chat about whatever. I'm thinking of doing a hangout at some point, like a solo chatting thing. We'll see.
That'd be awesome.
But yeah, that's my plans, kind of.
That's awesome. So for me, I'm still keeping up with the Heart to Heart series. I'm like more than halfway through my list, the original list. I'm really excited about finishing up that, and then I'll take on you know newcomers to the live stream. I am bringing back the how-to videos. I'm actually considering in the very beginning of my channel, I mentioned doing a 30 days of magic series where I would upload a video every day for 30 consecutive days and talk about magic or show different crafts and things like that. So I was actually considering doing that with the how-to videos. You know what I mean? So we'll see how that goes.
Cool.
I'm still in the planning phase. Witchy tips. I'm thinking about witchy tips, but I'm loving the live stream. I really do love to get to know these people. You know, a lot of these conversations that I'm doing are like the first, you know, experiences. So yeah, I'm super excited, but that's pretty much it with me. Raven and Noah deserve a spotlight. Yes, we do. So you guys, if you guys enjoyed this segment of the 24-hour live chat, this is the Power of 3. We were a live stream collab, me, Kelden, and Owlvine. We do this on a monthly basis, and it's supposed to like rotate between our 3 channels. We're gonna do it live. We brainstorm with each other to come up with topics, and then we open up, you know, to questions and things like that. Usually goes for about like 2 hours, you guys, and then yeah, it's pretty fun. I always say this in every Power of 3, but I'm so blessed to know these two. You know, we just vibe so well. The chemistry is there, and like we just, you know, we bounce off of each other so well. And I'm just so blessed to know them. They're like the closest friends that I have in this community, and I couldn't have asked for a better group of friends.
We love you.
We love you too.
That's how I feel.
I'm really good at making Kelden and Owlvine blush.
You are.
I know. I'm like, oh.
We love it though.
Thank you so much for coming on with me. When Raven was like, dude, we can incorporate your friends too. I was like, Owlvine, Cody, let's do it. So thank you so much for coming on. It really means a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys sign off now so that we can wrap this up, and we're done. We're finished.
Yay,
it.
you guys are
24
amazing.
hours.
You did
Yeah.
it. Wow.
We even
Fantastic.
did 24
Yeah,
hours
we
because we
did.
were live with Renee for like an hour
Yeah,
or so
before.
beforehand.
Yeah.
So we
I
did
know. You guys were like jogging up to the start line. What's wrong with you?
We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
Well, actually, we did that intentionally because we were trying to figure out if our connection was going to be good, if we're going to be able to hear right. So that's why we jumped on.
Yeah,
that's why.
we used it. We used it
So
as test.
if you guys want to say your thank you and goodbye, and then.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you too. Love
Yeah.
you, and can't wait to go back and like watch everything that's happened. Bye.
Yeah,
Alright.
thank you for having me, and thank you for doing this. This was so awesome, and thank you to everybody who watched. And just a real quick shout out, I'd just like to say, hi Lane, you're beautiful and I love you.
Oh. All right.
Okay,
Bye, you guys.
take care.
And then there were two. Did we just do that?
We just did that.
We just did 24-hour witchy hangout. Oh my gosh.
More like 25, almost 26-hour witchy hangout because we didn't take a break.
Plus 10 hours putting this all together.
Crazy. We're crazy. I just want to I want to go down the list and just thank everybody for putting up with me.
You guys are probably tired of my face by now.
I'm a mess, and I have wild and crazy ideas, and I do that because I have witchy friends that don't get to talk to the other witchy friends, and they're like, wouldn't it be nice? And I don't see people really trying to break down anybody's doors. You know, I love it when people are outside of their comfort zones because stuff happens.
Absolutely.
And I think that there's a lot of magic that happens then. And I know that the people that I hang out with are special to me in some way, and I like to kind of bring people together. And I think that Lady Grave Dancer has brought a lot of us together.
Absolutely.
Like he and I wouldn't be friends if he wasn't, you know, friends with Tequila, and Tequila's like, hey, you should go check out Noah's channel, and you know, I think that we should keep that going and support each other. We have a really awesome community, and I see that things are growing, and as we find safety in each other, we hold each other up, and we grow not only in our craft but in our own witchy relationships. But I just want to give shout outs to the beginning opening chat and the facials. The facial chat, that was ridiculous. Boy, we were so excited because we already had like a bunch of energy, so we started off really awesome.
Was strong.
Yeah, so Scientist Witch
My
and
son.
those are very good. Very good. And then Random with her movie talk. We had Joey, we had Elder, Crimson Fire, Owlvine, and Avalon, which is the first time I got to meet you, and that was very special to me. I've been sort of stalking about, and I'm just like, one day I gotta like get to talk to this gal, and sure enough did. That was awesome. And then our chill and open chat, you know, coffee and tea, and then the beach talk with Blue Knight was
AKA Firelord, AKA Hagstone Hunter.
This is awesome.
I like how he goes, is that a bunch of hagstones in your pocket, or are you just excited to see me?
I love it. Miss Roller Derby Witch woman, you are phenomenal. I don't know how you managed to like hold your composure when all of the people busted into my house. I'm like, that was amazing that you did that. You were a super sport. Lady Grave Dancer and Arwen and I think Madame Luna tried to get their April Fools in. Y'all are turkeys, but I still love you.
I'm still salty.
I'm still salty. But you know, Tequila and Sunshine, Sunshine with your cooking today, and your sharing of your crystals, and Nicole coming along for the ride and everybody chit-chatting or whatever. It was amazing to meet Arwen's new love. Oh, sorry, Ember's new love. Arwen, you have an old love.
Who
We're
is this,
tired.
Arwen?
We're tired.
Arwen,
We're tired.
spill the
But
tea.
spill the tea. But that was amazing. That was amazing, and thank you very, very much, Ember, for allowing us to meet your new love. And in this forum, that was really special. I don't want you to think that I took that for granted at all. I thought that was incredibly special that you did that, and it was really a pleasure, absolute pleasure. So I thank you. Arwen, you're a mess, but I love you still. I think I already said that. Okay. Renee and Wednesday. Renee cracking me up in the beginning and helping us get to that starting point and set us off right in the night and helped us through. Alex with Wonder Weirdness and Witchcraft, Silver Nova, SquWitchy, and
Lord Night Raven.
Lord Night Raven, super cutie little teen witches. I love them. Athena and Madame Luna keeping us on the path, and the power of 3 rounding it out. This was truly special. This was truly special. I don't know if I'm ever going to do this again.
Not me.
It's like, no. But you know what?
No one needs to sleep.
We're going to go to bed for a while. a while. So I'm sure there's plenty of messages and chats and things like that. I know I have some orders to get out. Please be just a little patient with me. Winners of my Lippy Witchy Sinky. I can't even talk anymore.
Witchy lip sync contest.
Thank you. Those will be going out both Monday and Wednesday. Excited for that. Let's see. I think that's it. I think that's it. We're exhausted, so let us sleep.
Absolutely. I do, she already went, over everybody one by one, and I just want to say, pretty much everything she said, I can't express it any deeper than that, but I do want to say thank you just coming from my own mouth, Thank you to each and every one of you who took the time to get back to us and plug yourselves in within this 24-hour, event.
It was not easy to schedule.
It was not easy. It was not easy, but I just feel so accomplished and successful doing this. I feel really good because it's not just about me meeting these people. It's about showing the community for what it is, as opposed to just talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel so honored that she asked me to be a part of this. It was hard. 24 hours with no sleep was very, very hard. I sleep. That's like my favorite hobby. So to give it up was well worth it for me. To be able to talk to some of these people for the very first time, these people are people that I looked up to, that I have high respect for, so to be able to talk to all of them, I talked to the Roller Derby Witch for the very first time. I talked to Ember Honeyraven for the very first time, Joey Morris for the very first time, and those are just,
Really? I've learned a lot from a lot of different people, and I also hope that if anything anybody got out of this, it's like, yeah, we made ourselves uncomfortable for 24 hours or whatnot, but we all learned from each other, we all taught each other, we all have difference of opinion, but we still get along and treat each other with respect. And if anything, that's what I'm really trying to promote right now in our community. We do not have to agree 100%, but we do. I do feel that we should require each other and to be respectful, of each other's belief system, and be courteous and kind to each other.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. I agree. For me, it's absolute same. I do try my best to practice what I preach and say that, I want to be supportive of this community. So I do talk to pretty much everybody, you know what I mean? I try to respond to all the comments and stuff like that. It's hard at times, but I do try my best. I am very active in the live chats when I'm watching a live stream.
Yeah.
I go and watch a live stream when I can, and I do make myself known. Like, hey, I tell the host of the live chat hello, and then I tell everybody else hello, even if it's only for a split second, just to show, that I am proud to be a part of this community, and I love each and every one of you, and I'm proud of all of us, and I am so thankful for everybody, who has a channel who makes videos in this witch community, to help our culture to live on, to help it continue to be authentic and genuine, and not something, like you see on TV or exaggerated or dramatized and just become something fake. I can't say how much more than that. How much I thank you
Everybody's
guys
like,
for.
now go to
I know.
sleep. Now
They're
go
like,
to
you're done.
sleep.
You're done. Thank you for taking the time out of your lives to do this, to share your experiences with us, share your knowledge with us, because together we live and together we learn and together we grow.
Thank you for making us laugh and keeping us up. Y'all were great. You guys were pretty awesome.
So we're gonna go ahead and end this. Everybody that came on tonight, I did my best to put all of the links in the down bars of each individual live feed. So if you want to go back at any given time, just click on the down bar and all their links are there. I tested them out already. They're working. Yeah. So, oh my gosh. Okay. I am feeling a rush of energy right now, so I think I'm good to drive home. I will, however, call Raven when I get home, so that she's not worried.
Yes, he really doesn't live very far away.
I don't live that far.
We're pretty close neighbors.
Yeah,
we really are.
It's like there's no freeways. I just take the streets.
You take the streets.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to a very hot shower and a very nice long slumber.
Oh, that sounds nice. Yeah, a good 12 hours is what I'm hoping for. Mm-hmm.
Thank you to all the viewers that watched us.
Oh, shower.
12 hours of shower?
No, 12 hours. 12 hours of sleep, but a shower first.
Yeah, shower first. Thank you to all the viewers that came in and out. Thank you to the ones who stood, for lengths of time. You guys are troopers.
Absolute troopers.
Thank you to everyone who joined in, tuned in, and chimed in. I appreciate each and every one of you. It really meant a lot. This whole community is amazing. So with that, I think we should.
Oh, I now, you know what? Tag whoever decides to do, because we did 26 hours of live chat, not 24. We did 26. So somebody gets to now do 27.
Yeah, somebody beat the record. Anybody.
And we'll be happy to come on for an hour segment.
Yeah. Yep. Well rested before and after.
Well rested.
All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
That's it.
Yeah.
Good night. Farewell. Many blessings.
Where is the little thingy?
Stop broadcast
Bye,
right
guys.
there.